Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. 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 Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga, yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya sih. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke. Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Iya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang, ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH. Bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, enggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo ya. Tapi kalau soal disiplin kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama. Dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat, siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer kayak
Yawi.
siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai apa ya, role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda, dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi, karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita, sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya?
Aman.
Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup baik. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan lead over dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Rico, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman, Dok.
Kepencet, guys. Sorry, guys, kepencet.
Rame banget,
kita juga
kenapa
mau
dah?
Nggak boleh.
Kenapa nih, rame banget?
Pada sekarat, lawannya. Tumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau ke mana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Bawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Itu masih hanya jebol. Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia,
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zil berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya, kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh tim
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Tolong, katanya tolong.
way, slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking things away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus.
Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya di sini. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke. Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin, Edward,
Edward
1, terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya Romer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Romer. Kayak
Yawi.
siapa sih Romer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih. Udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai apa ya role yang krusial ya karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan mobile lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya ngepanis dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman ini sebentar kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah, Om,
kepencet anjir.
Om.
Lah, kepencet. Astaga.
Gak lihat. Dok, aman dok.
Kepencet guys. Sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget tuh, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang gak boleh lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua coba untuk cerita sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? 2 double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu, masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zip berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Korik dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. They're taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my It's only you who rocks my
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus.
Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipin juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia ini bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flapzin. Dari Om Wawa deh kali ini.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah, bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patchnya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya besi. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi kadang makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya mobile itu nggak ada era-eranya lah. Semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti. Siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, mobile itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam mobile itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku tak dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 12. It's going to be me, Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arash accompanying you for today. And we start Week 7 with a bang. Aura Fire and as well as Bigatron. They will go head-to-head in our opening match. Relegation battle is still occurring. And yes, how are you feeling, Mirko?
Feeling great, man, especially with the two teams that we're going to start off the day with because, again, it's a battle for playoffs. Both of these teams, they have to go all in or they might lose their slot.
I'm sure Arashi is doing a-okay, considering that your team, Arashi, is doing good. But before we talk more about our opening match of Week 7, let's talk about our sponsors. Powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, official sponsor, Head & Shoulders, official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold. We have our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, and as well as YouTube, we have our official broadcast, Maxstream, Taveri Sports Video, our suppliers, Inomaret Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung, and we are fully supported by PBESI. And ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about Week 7, right? Week 6, much action. So action-packed, and it seems like EVOS Legends, they're still struggling here. If we're talking about the standings, what's up?
Man, I mean, honestly, this season has just been crazy when it comes down to standings, the battle for playoffs, and even for upper brackets, it hasn't ended yet. And honestly, looking at how it's going now, it might be going all the way till the final day of Week 8.
Down to the wire. Last week, we just saw a bunch of upsets happen as well. So even now, so deep in the season, you still can't really get a good read on who the heck is gonna actually come out on top in these matches, man. Even today, right? Aura isn't doing so hot, Bigatron on a downward slope.
Yes.
There's a very good chance that this does not go the way we expect it to.
I mean, Season 12 is full of surprises. If we're talking about the top teams, ladies and gentlemen, still Onyx and RRQ, considered safe in that upper bracket slot. But if they if they go, let's say, too comfortable, if they don't go hard, perhaps they might lose their spot to who? To Geek Fam and Rebellion. Boy, the season, it seems like it's just bringing some more surprises from their side.
Yeah, you heard it right, folks. Rebellion Zion has a chance to make it to the upper brackets. The team that usually barely makes playoffs and gets lucky to make it to playoffs. This time they have improved by a long shot, man. I mean, I don't even think improved does it justice. They have elevated their game to another level.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's take a look visually on what is going on with the standings. Again, Onyx, RRQ, Geek Fam, and Rebellion with 6-5 and 6-6 on their record. Below them, it's going to be Dewa, United, and Bigatron, and there you go. As of now, those 6 teams, Arashi, they will secure the slots for MPLI.
That's the crazy part. The teams on the bottom, these are teams that you always expect to somewhat be somewhere in the mid-range, more so towards the top of the whole standings. But Alter Ego, Aura Fire, and Evos, they're just not having a good time at all. Aura and Evos actually equal, and when it comes to the performance so far, it's only in the win-lose ratios, the game rates, where Aura Fire is having a better time. And today, if they win, I don't think they've technically overtaken Bigatron, but this is a problem, man. Everything is just so close together that you have no idea. In the middle, there's a bit of a separation from the top, then the middle, and then the bottom. But there's about like 3 teams in each of those regions, man.
I mean, looking at it right now, the thing is, I think everything can really swap. Bigatron Alpha wins, they might actually still be able to play out the upper bracket slot. They can still try to look for that. Meanwhile, if they lose, they're going to go down to the red zone, and maybe Alter Ego will rise with Aura Fire as well. Big questions for every single team because they're not just fighting for playoffs, they're fighting for MPLI.
Exactly. It will happen on the 15th of November. So ladies and gentlemen, please do check that out. Again, top 6 teams will secure and fight at MPLI 2023 with that in mind. It's going to be offline as well. In Jakarta. So that, ladies and gentlemen, you have to get that early bird ticket. It might save you off 20%.
20%, man. That's hella value. So you get like a 3-day pass, I hear.
Exactly,
so
right?
You get multiple days on this purchase.
That is a bargain. So it's going to be including the opportunity to also take a picture on stage at specific times. An exclusive MPLI merchandise is waiting for you. So ladies and gentlemen, check out that And also, get that ticket at oneesports.gg/MPLI-2023. Now, let's talk and shift more of our focus to our first match here. Aran and Sorizo.
It's an absolute boxing match right here. Aran and Sorizo. It's a bit weird, but they have a bit of a similar playstyle, right? A lot of pressure macro-wise and great mechanics for those 1v1 duels and chasing down whoever's trying to manage them. So let's see who comes out on top as walking to the stage right now.
It's the Dragons from Indonesia, Aura Fire! Aura Fire again. It seems like this season very shaky. Leg 2. Very shaky, so I hope now. Last time it was Face Agarashi Zindo. He has come and joined the fray. Will he bring something new?
He will definitely bring some aggression, some more mechanics, but against this team right here, Bigatron, with their main roster, with still Sibe in the picture.
Still no win for the Terminators. They're opting for Key, the mechanical genius in the wrong position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Terminators, Bigatron Alpha.
Boy, oh boy, the Red Robots here again. I must say, I think they will commit to this roster here, Arashi, considering the fact that Super Saken, the marksman that we know from week 1, has been demoted to MDL. So it seems like they will commit to Sive for playoffs.
They're also not fielding in Super Vin. I actually failed to realize that because he just seems to be such a mainstay in the roster, but unfortunately he will not be here. Let's see what Coach Aldo can do with this roster facing up against Coach St. Lucas with the analysts Fala and Paulevi as well, trying to read into what each other can do, because at the point both these teams aren't exactly on top, so there's a lot of strats that they have potentially kept specifically for this moment, right? When you're actually fighting for your life in the red zone.
Well, that is about it. And Fala has entered the fray as well here for the side of Bigatron Alpha now. St. Lucas, they look strong here, Mirko, in the early stages, but it seems like they've looked very shaken. Now let's talk about the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Arashi, what does Aura need to do?
Gotta get those dynamic picks for the roams and the jungler, man. Van and Hai, they play very, very well, but it seems to be a bit too predictable at this point. They need to be able to diversify their options and then, play in a more surprising fashion, especially against a team as disciplined as Bigatron. Along with that, contest the Pakita for Aran. If he can get it, it's great. If he goes against it, it is difficult. They need to get it or ban it away. That is critical to ensuring their success and their playstyle that's relying so heavily on the EXP lane. Along with that, win up that matchup for Sin in the mid lane, dude. If they can get that pressure, then they can start trying to find more objectives in the mid game. Because otherwise, Bigatron with the superior speed, the superior coordination, right, will actually come out on top.
Well, considering Aura Fire in Piala Presiden, a local tournament, with this lineup, Mirko, it seems like they were a monster, right? They were able to show that they were the Dragons, but on the other side, it's Bigatron. What do they need to do?
His roamer instinct becomes vital in this matchup. His game sense, right, when it comes to locating the opponents, reading their movements, finding opportunities here, will decide whether or not Bigatron can win out in aggression against a team that is just as reckless as Aura. Along with that, abandon these experiments, man. Play a more solid, tried and tested draft, because at this point, it's a bit too dangerous, and despite the potential, despite the tendency for Coach Aldo, the architect, to try and come up with something crazy, maybe they need to try and slow it down a bit and find something that is proven to work already, especially when the stakes are so high.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? Bigatron Alpha here. Mirko, I gotta ask you, what happened to Bigatron Alpha post-ISF?
I think it's more so what happened to Bigatron Alpha post-Snapdragon Pro Series, because that's really when we started to see this team go out of form, right? The way they were playing at Snapdragon, the way they were playing in the first week of MPL Indonesia Season 12, completely two different teams. It feels like morale-wise, even shot-calling-wise, it was very one-dimensional. In Snapdragon, the way they played, they had 4 individual members with 1 shot caller that makes the final call. In MPL Indonesia Season 12, they had 1 mine. No more individualistic plays, no more individual mechanics shining throughout the board. Meanwhile, for Aura Fire, let's talk a little bit about this team. Piala Presiden, Hero, Snapdragon qualifiers as well. Phenomenal performances. But whenever they get placed in the offline tournaments. For some reason, they can't find that online form.
Seems like they're just more comfortable playing without an audience present. And that is a very, very determining factor. Especially right now, if you look in the arena, there's a lot of people, and that obviously has an impact on the players on the stage for sure. So for both these teams, I do wonder if they're going to try and duke it out individually in the lanes, or is it going to be the coordination, the cooperation? Because for both these teams, they have a bit more of a macro approach, with Aran being used by Aura to confuse their opponents. But Bigatron, they are used to this kind of strategy already.
Well, with that in mind, Arashi and Mirko, let's jump into the drafts for Game 1. Aura Fire and Bigatron. Aura will have the blue side here already with the bands Fanny and Joy. Meanwhile, Bigatron, a little bit more respect here, it seems like, right? Fredrin, they will take out of the hands of, well, Van, of course. He is the man, and of course
He is the man, especially on the Fredrin. I think he's more than a man. He's a psycho man. Psycho Fredrin is how he usually likes to play that Fredrin. An absolutely oppressive force in the Land of Dawn. Usually gets a 2-level, 3-level goal lead even when he's behind.
It does seem like from the bands at least, you can see that Aura is still very much centering their drafting phase around trying to deny Super Cat his comfort picks that he can use his hard carry. And now we see that Kadira, finally a role that's not in the jungle being banned away. For Bigatron, seems to be more of a mix, right? It's more respect for certain heroes that might just throw a wrench in their plans.
I mean, furthermore, looking at the bands Aura Fire, what are they trying to eliminate? The pickoff potential. Fanny, good at pickoffs. Kadira, good at pickoffs. And Joy, also good at pickoffs. So it seems like Aura, they are trying to eliminate the pickoff threat out of Bigatron, knowing K, who is more likely to use a pickoff composition. It seems like it is the right step for Aura Fire in that first phase. Let's see though, with that Valentina ban, Aura Fire, what will they commit here? A lot of good heroes. I feel like they should pick up the Paquito or the Edith. This is it, the Edith, right? Edith, very popular now, especially after leg 2. It seems like, Aura Fire, they let go of the Paquito. They prioritize the Edith. Very flex.
I think every single one of us just went Paquito once we saw that opening Gani.
For sure.
And wow, they did not go for it. It's not in the win conditions, but of course, Aura might have their own strategy in store. Having the Edith, though, means that they have a lot more pressure in the team fights, but not really for that macro mobile EXP lane play. For Bigatron, will they instantly capitalize, or will they go for other options? Of course, we can peek in from the players' phones. We saw, the
Bruno,
the footballer himself. Will that be the first pick?
It's gonna be Paquito. And the Bruno has to be, right? Usually, when we see these two picks left open, it's almost always first picked. And I don't know about Aura, I feel like it's a bit of a misstep here, letting the Paquito go to the hands of Cerezo. Knowing you have Aran, a person who can play the Paquito phenomenally. Hey, game 1, leg 1 of BTR Aura. What happened? Aran outclassed Bigatron in the macro department with that Paquito. But they go for the Boxia and the Gourd instead.
Okay, right? It seems like Bigatron, well, Aura Fire, they're responding a range with the range as well. Bruno, very good range, very front-to-back comp. Aura Fire, they deny that pick. Boxia and Gourd. And it seems like Bigatron now, what do they need here?
They need something to deny engages, man. Edith, Gourd, and Boxia, there's an abundance of just engage tools for Aura right here. And if Bigatron wants to use this Paquito pick as efficiently as they want to in the macro department, they need someone that can just check up for these bushes, deny Aura the chance to just start a team fight. And Grok, is quite the interesting pick. I think it works, but at the same time, I feel like it shows a bit too much of their cards to Aura.
Well, the way I see it, I think Grok is a viable option, right? You say a hero that can deny the engages with that wall charge and barrier. I feel like Bigatron, good draft. And take a look at the second phase here. Brody banned out. So it seems like they are trying to deny a hero that is good going up against a Bruno here, Mirko.
They want to get these good matchups out of the way. So will Aura. But for the mid lane, the Gourd pick very vulnerable up against the Farsa and even something like a Lilia, honestly. At this point, with the Kadita, Farsa, Valentina, and Eve banned out, Aura might just go for the full limit into that mid lane with the Lilia ban. And for BTR, maybe an Irithel ban next if they want to limit this mobility. Because Aura has a lot of it already.
I think Erithel can be an option, but for Bigatron, Key, can he be given Diggy?
If they go for the Diggy, it makes sense. It denies a lot of information game from Aura as well. So I think there's a chance right there. And for Bigatron, see, they ban away the Novaria as well. Wanting to make sure that they're already outmatched when it comes to engaging, when it comes to mobility. Let's not get outmatched in the intel department as well.
Thorns remain.
Okay. It seems like Lilia will be the only mage viable here for the side of Bigatron, considering that Novaria was banned out as well. Let's see here, will they go for the supports here? As we all know, the package, the combo of Bruno and the support is just so nasty.
Before that though, want to really mention Fala. The new addition in Bigatron Alpha was a player before. He was a player for Evo's Icon. I believe it was Season 5. They won in MDL with Fala in the lineup as a very, very impactful member. After getting the slot in Bigatron Alpha, it feels like as a player he didn't really fit into what Bigatron Alpha likes to play, and then he just maneuvered over to the coaching position, had a phenomenal season in MDL, and finally gets a shot back in MPL.
Well, right now the drafts are going to be rounded out by Aura, and for Bigatron, having the Lilia, it's the only mage available, but in a way, it really helps against this high crowd control composition, and also the kit of Lilia just has so much slow built in, it might actually work out for them if they can really maintain their distance. So Aura, I expect a lot more dive, a lot more crowd control just to help this out, because if they can't really go and win a team fight in dominant fashion, I don't think they can win out in maneuvering around. It's got to be a Beatrix and an Esmeralda. Good AoE damage and a proper solid front line. Although there's no real shields to really steal away, except for the Paquito, I guess.
Well, again, considering that Aura Fire committed to only Beatrix here that deals physical, that can be a problem, right? Bigatron, they can just build the Athenas, build the Radiance, and be just the damage from that magic just negated.
They can go for discount items, you know, the steel leg plates, the sub items, and even the Dreadnought armor to go for the counter towards Beatrix, and then go for a lot more magic damage, full items here. But Bigatron Alpha, they want to flex the rock into the jungle, or the XP perhaps with the Paquito go into the jungle and then pick up another roamer. Something like a Diggy, and yes, it is going to happen. Diggy in the roam position. Who? It's Grok in the jungle.
Grok jungle.
Is Grok in the jungle?
That is
interesting. We saw this, right? I mean, Arashi, as we all know, Bruno Diggy is a nasty combo, but does Aura Fire has a scenario or game plan going up against a Bruno Diggy comp with this comp?
If Bigatron engage them early on when their composition, their AoE, the true damage from Gord, right, everything just lines up together for Aura, maybe like level 4, that could respell doom for them. But otherwise, they can have a very good chance of just finding intel using the Diggy and then using the Paquito to just split, because the Esmeralda is a bit of a counter, but not in the mid-game, man. Paquito just ramps up so hard, and more importantly, has so much mobility that I don't think the Esmeralda will have the same kind of impact. So Aura, it's all about whether or not they can really catch Bigatron Alpha and force their hand. And I think the opportunity will come when the Lords start spawning.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's see the conclusion of Game 1 between Bigatron Alpha and Aura Fire. Let's see who wins it. Is it the robots or the dragons?
Remember, first leg, it was Aura who were able to beat Bigatron Alpha 2-0 with the debut of Prince Aran. This time, it's the debut of Fala and also Shive against Aura.
Keep your eyes open in the early game, ladies and gentlemen, with the Baxia in the jungle, with a Gord as well. Just clearing the mid lane so efficiently with only one spell. You can expect Aura to be ganking all over the place. Looking at their emblems, it's all tenacity. They want to be able to survive the initial burst damage, and then afterwards, use the DPS, the Esmeraldas, the Edis, to ensure that Bigatron Alpha does not have a chance in these big fights.
Man, again, this composition is going to be very, I must say, very balanced, right? I like the late game from the side of Bigatron Alpha. I also like the late game for the side of Aura Fire, though I am leaning more towards the Bigatron side just because they have that Bruno Diggy. The crowd control that Aura Fire's composition has is going to be negated with that time journey.
That's one of the biggest issues right here for Aura Fire. If they go and roam towards the gold lane, there's that factor, right? The dominant laning from the Diggy and the time journey. If they go on the EXP lane, it's a Paquito, so there's no real answer. Pre-level 4, though, there might be something they can find. Unfortunately, Bigatron, they know.
We're talking a ton of damage already onto High. My goodness, High forced to use that flicker. This might actually just give over the turtle pressure to Bigatron Alpha, with Chorizo cutting far in the bottom lane.
It is going to be very scary now, considering that High has no flicker. And take a look at the turtle pit. Around here is there, isolated though.
Doing a good job though. Falling Star Moon baiting out the black shoes. Super Moreno running away. Chorizo, one more jab should do it. Ron's walking down the turret, gets knocked out. And now it's Super Ken versus Van. 1 level lead for Van. On this box jet, Super Ken jumps in with a wild charge. Chorizo, amazing zoning. High gets an Earth Shatter, knocking Super Ken up. But they're still looking for some more damage. High doesn't have the flicker. Chorizo comes in to facilitate Moreno's kill.
Man, we want more of Moreno. Bigatron Alpha with that early lead. Good foundation, and take a look at the talent's prediction. It's 4 for 2. It's me and Rashi against the world. At the top side, what's going on?
Seems like Super Key will be taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Bigatron, they're still in control. We saw that Miracle, you were picking
what's
Aura,
going on
but
here?
you know, we know what's up, man.
This is what I've been trying to do for the last 4 weeks, guys.
Tell us.
Yeah, curse.
Okay.
So it's not a 4v2, it's 3v3.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Well, on top in the talent prediction ranking, though, it is going to be your man Goni with a 63% accuracy, man.
Shush! It's all luck. I just flip a coin every game. Dude.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a good coin.
But yeah, I mean, top side here, what's going on?
Reverse time, Van, chunk down, good wall there. Barrier with a wild charge as well. Van gets melted down. The Poisson's damage reduction couldn't help him there.
My goodness, Bigatron Alpha, this is what you expect though with a Bruno and Diggy pick. Aura Fire, what do they need to do now? And take a look at top side, still maintaining pressure though, they can clear. Okay, Aura Fire Arashi with behind 1,500 gold. Is there a chance for them to win team fight?
I think especially in these early stages of the game, winning a team fight is still very possible if Bigatron really engages them all out front to back. It's only a 1.5k gold difference, and now if they fight in the jungle, there's a chance that they can really outmaneuver Bigatron.
Well, Moreno just eats High up, my god! Even with the Primal Wrath, when you're 0, 1, and 0, you're a bit too behind to tank up and soak up that damage. Look at the time bombs, alarm bombs, wild charge from Super Ken as well. Kabuki forced back away from the turret, but Super Ken gets taken low. Beautiful time journey, and it's a worldie. And reverse time, bringing Van back just a bit. Bigatron Alpha winning another skirmish up top.
Great cover by Super Key, but let's talk about Super Ken. The initiative to have that idea, right? Wild charge on towards you on that position, and it seems like let's not call him Super Ken, let's call him Superman.
Oh, Superman. Copyright infringement? Well, hey, they are doing so good right now, and they have taken control over from Aura Fire. Even though Aura can clear the mid lanes right now, the side lanes are just doing so well that they can't really use that advantage anywhere else. Maybe the jungle, but look at Kabuki. Now with Super Chorizo doing so good on this Paquito, this might be an issue for everyone in the backline. Kabuki and Sin needs to be on their toes. They might be forced to leave one of the crowd control tools from Aura to ensure that the backline is always protected.
A big problem, man. I mean, again, leaving the Paquito open, that was a big gamble from Aura.
Yeah, considering that Edith here, bot side time pretty pumped.
Beautifully done, gets out, and now High is left all alone, and a barrier to cut him off, forced to flicker out, respecting the wild charge, and Super Ken knew it was going to happen, so he decided to save it.
Oh, good call. Arondo and Van looking for an angle backside.
Onward, Earthshatter, wild charge to respond it over, Super Ken gets a kill, and on top of that, it's a double. Smacks High to the ground, and even a turret down below. Van, what? He's trying to defend the turret. Aran's getting chased all the way back, and Super Ken picks up a triple kill down below. 7-0.
Wow.
No kill whatsoever for side of Aura Fire. Bigatron, 2 minutes ago, it was just a 1,500 gold lead, and now it's 5, Arashi.
Aura Fire, they're just not getting the fights they want, man. They keep getting picked off. They don't really have any security for the backline, and Bigatron just systematically keeps proceeding with the fight, taking out one guy at a time, or diving towards that backline immediately. This Grok pick, I was quite concerned about it, but it's really working out for them, and it's allowing them to just play so much more aggressively. And this barrier, man, from Supercan, his barriers so far has been so accurate, so on point. You haven't really seen it being used this aggressively in a long, long time.
Cerezo jumps in. Beautiful onward into the Earth Shatter, into the Mystic Projectile. But now Moreno trying to look for a 1v4. Oh, high gets taken very low. Moreno might choose to go for more. Kabuki gets spotted in that bush. Meanwhile, top side, tier 2 taken down for Cerezo's life. No shutdown, and it's a tier 2 plus a turtle. All right, who gets more value?
I think Bigatron definitely has all the value right here, but for Aura Fire, they can go for picks like that because of the crowd control, but at what cost, right? You have to truly start weighing out these pickoffs compared to the objectives right here. Neutral objectives that Bigatron Alpha wants to participate in, that is where Aura Fire can really force them. I said it was going to be at the Lord, but with this situation, with them being so far behind, they might really wait for even later in the game, only if Bigatron Alpha allows it though, because honestly, they can dive a lot, don't really have a lot of range for Aura Fire's, compared to Aura Fire's Grok and the Beatrix though.
This is why, ladies and gentlemen, if you play rank, if you have an opportunity to pick up Bruno Diggy, this is why. It's very easy to snowball, and 7 minutes and 8 minutes in, almost all tier 2s of Aura Fire are going to be taken down. So Bigatron Alpha, Moreno, basically almost solo killing high.
And now fans looking for a desperate defense for this tier 2. Even with the Mystic Projectile, I don't think they will be able to defend this against the Bruno, who's built a Malefic Roar in the 8th minute of the game. Has Berserkers into the Malefic.
He's trying to get big chunks, man. For Aura Fire, Oran right here is trying his best to try and have some impact, push against Bigatron, but it's just not possible. Sin now with the Mystic Gush just not getting any value at all. Look at the items right here, man. Only an Ice Queen's Wand, some extra bit of utility, but for Bigatron with so many dashes, with a time journey as well, they're not really bothered by the slows coming from that Mystic Field. So Bigatron have full control over the jungle, and like you mentioned, this Bruno has so much damage, no one can really stay in front of him for long. So if Aura Fire wants a team fight now, they need to have all attention on this Bruno.
I mean, Kabuki is behind 3,000 gold, all right, basically. This is why the damage from Bruno is just so evident. Let's see though, it's going to be an invade. Bigatron, with their economy that they have, they should get this. Van now stuck.
Ooh, good barrier once again. Van gonna be melted down even high. Caught at the choke point. Van brought back by the reverse time. It's a worldie to end Van's life in the land of Dawn, and Bigatron Alpha continue the massacre.
Man, oh man, Bigatron Alpha here really starting strong in game 1. And Aura Fire, I see no window. I see no loopholes in here, Rashi.
That was a great decision, man. Going for the buff, of course, but taking out one member, Van, the jungler, away from Aura Fire before the Lord. That should be quote-unquote their opportunity to try and go for a proper fight. Bigatron Alpha, they just, even though they're winning, they're not willing to gamble and allow Aura Fire any form of success. And just like that, they just keep rotating. They go and spot out this orange buff, Aura Fire. They might be forced to back away yet again.
But it seems like no commitment. So Aura Fire, they will have time to defend their 3 base turrets here. Oh, this might look endable for side of Bigatron. 10,000 gold lead practically. And Aura Fire, they have no damage output. They have no defense items enough to withstand the damage that Bigatron Alpha can give. But let's see though, this is just the first Lord. Will they be able to crack the main base?
Let's see, Earthshatter used up ready with an onward as well. Wild charge, knocking high up, disengaging with the power of nature. Shive picks up the turret and goes in onto the back. Now it's Iran getting melted down by Shive, dealing a lot of damage as Iran is still able to escape in Aura Fire, deal with the Lord up top. But they do pay a price. It's a whole base turret.
All things considered, not so bad, man. I was about to say, keep your eyes on Supercan. If he lands a big wild charge in that engagement, that could be the end for Aura Fire. But everyone was spreading away, spreading apart so good. So Bigatron Alpha, they are forced to just take one base turret. But so far, it's their game to win.
Wait, look at this. MLBB Indonesia Community Cup. If you win, there's 2 MDL slots and you get to watch M5 in the Philippines?
that is the way. That is the way to go. So check out MLBB Indonesia Community Cup because again, perhaps you have Indo friends that can join and register the tournament. But again, now the siege, Bigatron full sieging. Take a look at the damage from that worldie.
It's bouncing.
Nasty,
absolutely. Look at High still taking the damage now. Jumps in with the wild charge. Knocks High up, gets melted down instantaneously. And Alshiva is walking up. Chorizo gets a brilliant knockout strike onto 2. Sin unable to throw any of his resources. Bigatron have cracked another base turret without a Lord.
That Super Ken making the plays for you, man. This Grok from Bigatron is so good. And Super Chorizo as a secondary engage tool. Considering the circumstances, he does not need to be splitting at all. And Bigatron, they're gonna brute force yet another one. Aura Fire. They have no chance, man. Van is just way too squishy with no Lord.
Oh, it's just sad. It's just sad considering the fact that Aura Fire has enough engage tools to go to Sive, right? They have Van, they have High, they have Gord that can crowd control that Bruno, but the damage output isn't just there. Equipment-wise, they're so far behind, and now with the Lord that is enhanced, more powerful than before, Bigatron Alpha, they can just use this Lord to really pop and crack that main base. And it seems like Aura Fire, without a blunder from Bigatron Alpha, they can't really do nothing about this.
This is why I always tell Arashi, don't ban the Bruno for first pick. Just pick it for me, man. Anyone can make it work. Really, this Bruno, we get one kill, you get any kind of snowball. Not even a kill. Let's say you just get more farm. Boom, bang, bada bing. That's Bruno.
That's Bruno, man, with the massive damage coming in from those balls. He's just like such a flexible hero as well right now because he has big damage, but at the same time, he is very secure, man. Aura Fire, they've been trying their best to try and locate him in the middle of these fights, but Sive, even though we were critiquing his lack of awareness, his lack of safety, getting caught out, Bigatron just aren't letting that happen, and now with the Lord coming in, Aran tries to make something happen, but it won't be available.
I get chunked to a quarter of HP just with a reverse time. Chorizo, a very aggressive sprint into the back as well. Van gets knocked out. There's another knockout strike on the Sin, zoning him away from the Lord. They've ended the game in the 14th minute. 13:52. An absolute massacre by the Red Terminators.
The Red Terminators here winning their first game against the Red Dragons. And it seems like it's just a straightforward one-sided game. What an opening to start week 7.
It's literally just a scene from Pacific Rim. The robots just punch the dragon down.
There was a barrier away and charged by a rock technically. Bigatron, even though they are programmed to win, they just went brute force in that game and forced Aura into submission. That is crazy. It's not the fastest game we've seen, but it's definitely one of the cleanest we've seen from Bigatron. And look at that. It's like you mentioned, Goni, that combo in the gold lane.
Yeah. Bruno Diggy, the oldest trick in the book. And second phase, Aura Fire, they had the chance to ban that Diggy out. But it seems like they overlooked it. They thought that Grok was surely be to go in that roam position. But plot twist, right? Bigatron Alpha says, I've learned a thing or two from first thing. Grok jungle.
Well, technically, the Grok jungle, we did see it in Season 11 before from Super Ken, so they brought it back. They're no longer as one-dimensional as they were in the first leg.
That's crazy, man, because I thought that with the side lanes being so difficult, the only real chance is to go to the jungle, but even then, it's a fighter. It's a fighter with crowd control immunity, so Bigatron, they really have all their bases covered. Or if they try to make adjustments, it's still an upward battle. And I think it all began with that Paquito being let go, man. If they had a Paquito, then at least one lane is guaranteed some form of success. We've seen it before. It's, like we mentioned, a true and tried situation. So Bigatron went with the true and tried. Aura now going with the more crazy picks. And you can see the result, man. That is just devastating.
Yeah, the result is pretty much straightforward as well. One-sided game. Bigatron Alpha getting that early foundation, maintaining it in that mid-game, and just blasting off in that last game, the last end game, right? And meanwhile, Aura Fire, unfortunately for them, again, I see no opportunities that was given from side of Bigatron Alpha 1. their economy is way behind, which just is frustrating. You can't deal damage, you can't get close. Because if you do, deleted.
I mean, they can't let him get close. That is the name of the game right there. But Aura just fails at it. Again and again, Bigatron were able to find that backline because of the Grok, the immunity, because of the Paquito's mobility as well. And honestly, the Esmeralda pick, I get that against the Paquito it's great, but in this game, you barely have any kind of big moment coming in from this Esmeralda. I don't even remember seeing a single high-value Falling Star Moon. So that is how badly that matchup went in that EXP lane, man. That was brutal.
I have to say, man, it's just really, really tough for the Esmeralda as well. Sure, you do better in trades, but that's it. Like, the thing is, Paquito doesn't even need to trade. The Paquito can clear the way faster than the Esmeralda using the second skill very easily. So, back again, I just really failed to understand that Esmeralda pick.
Very, very peculiar for Aura Fire to cryo a run on that Esmeralda early. Sure, it can maybe. It's very mobile, right? Esmeralda is such a mobile hero. You can clear waves fast. You can enter certain angles easily with Esmeralda. But yeah, with going up against with the composition that Bigatron cooked, with the wild charge, with the time journey in hand, it's just very, very hard. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, for game one, completely agree. Player of the game, or POTG, it's going to be Super Ken.
But on Galaxy S23 Series 5G, man, the barriers, the wild charges, the red trees, right? At this, in this game, all the plays were just so well, and that's crazy. I haven't seen a Grok that aggressive. I haven't seen the barrier being used as the primary method of engage, because we were expecting maybe, the Paquito, right? Or just only the wild charge. I was thinking that Bigatron are going to be so limited in how they can aggress onto Aura. But those barriers were so good. And even if Aura knows that it's coming, they just fail to deal with it, man. They kept getting trapped, locked away from their allies again and again.
Yeah, I mean, a good extraction for the side of this Grok, right? That barrier, almost very useful. And doesn't really hinder the players of Bigatron because it can backfire sometimes, those barriers.
For sure. Super Ken just definitely understood what his assignment was by Coach Aldo. As the Grok, you're the main initiator. You cannot rely on Key, you cannot rely on Cerezo. They're not playing these initiators. So when Super Ken is given the initiating junglers, it really does feel like it's more dynamic. Because we've seen Vin on the Grok even in Season 12. It didn't feel as dynamic as this. And again, this is a Grok without Flicker. The fact that he was able to find these creative spaces while also keeping the fundamentals of being a jungler, good red trees, good farm, it's phenomenal.
And you gotta really feel for Sin and Kabuki, man. Usually they are the quote-unquote main carries, but look at this game. Kabuki always zoned out Sin. Every time he just walks up, he gets completely punished. And sometimes he's forced to use that Mythic Gush so early just because he can't really walk up to deal damage. And that's the only long-range spell he can use to participate. And in the mid-game, I really do feel like communications and decision-making does fall apart for Aura, because you see moments like this where someone gets left behind, where someone tries to engage but the rest fall back. And against a team like Bigatron, when they're on a roll like this, when Super Ken is on the look for plays with the Wild Charge, like we see right here, it's just too difficult, man. There's no way they will let that slide.
Difficult, very difficult. And again, Bigatron Alpha, they understood that they need Bruno and Lilia to free hit in that backside, provide whatever cover, and of course, with that composition, with that formation, Aura Fire only grabbed 1 kill in this game. But item-wise here, Arashi, what's going on?
Well, for Bigatron, I think a notable person to shout out is Super Marino on this Lilia. We always said it's a great, front-to-back hero, good AoE, spammable spells, and good security. And it really shows in that fight, in that game, where, again and again, the members who are trapped are always High and Van, and they should be a bit too tanky to get bursted down. But when you have a Lilia, even before the rework, it's already a very notable amount of damage on top of the already very, very well-off Bruno in the hands of Sive. So the backline for Bigatron Alpha definitely doesn't really get to show a lot of playmaking, but they were doing very well in the game and facilitating the pickoffs from Bigatron Alpha by being able to supplement them with so much damage. And I think you can say the same thing for the Diggy in the hands of Super Key as well. Those time bombs were just doing so much damage, man.
And let's note that Super Moreno is rocking that PYT. Pull yourself together so that he can have that sprint much more faster.
Absolutely, man. I mean, again, I gotta highlight Shive here as well. Knowing that he is so far ahead, the GDS gives you much more value. Having the additional movement speed, when you use that ultimate, that worldy, just grants you the chance to just chase down Aura Fire. Even if they're running behind, you can still deal that damage quite easily. And that's the Bruno. If you're ahead, go GDS. If you're not, if you're, even, I would actually say go for something else. Like, well, you already have the Hospitals there. BOD even, just more damage. Put more damage in your kit.
Yeah, this is going to be the post game here. Post stats.
Super Key?
Super Key. Damage dealt. The time bombs, dude.
Like I said, man, those bombs, you don't feel it, but eventually it adds up. And for Aura, with them falling behind, of course the carries are going to do a lot of damage. But man, you're walking through towards your turret and all these bombs are in your way. And getting hit by 3 of them means that even as a support, even as the tank of the team, you lose like half your HP bar. That is just brutal, man. And Super Key was so good at identifying where he needs to lay down these traps to make Aura Fire just have to make the tough decision of walking through the minefield.
Aran's really sticking to his identity though, huh? Still, even in this game, unfortunately, there was only 1 kill. Gani pointed it out, but yeah, it's so unfortunate, right? The fact that, he's known to just have low KP and in this game another 0%.
Man, I guess he's consistent, right, in that sense. But again, Bigatron Alpha here, what a performance.
Absolutely.
After a shaky week 6, after just
a shaky first leg.
Shaky second leg.
Shaky ISF.
Shaky ISF. And it seems like with this game, hopefully they are able to bounce back because Arashi, not like us, Miracle needs the points.
What points?
Wow.
Playoff points, dude.
I think, wow, you really weren't expecting that.
I mean,
caught you off guard there, bro.
Just saying. Nah, you know what, never mind. We'll stick it, I have something, but we'll hide it.
Okay. But ladies and gentlemen, we would like to also remind you the pro players behind you are using an excellent device. What are they using?
It's right there.
Well, Gani, do you not see the phone right in front of you? The S23 series
my lord.
5G. It's epic.
It is
but
epic.
It doesn't let you become epic in MLBB.
What?
I think Arashi knows the specs.
Well, the specs, I mean, who doesn't at this point, right? This is the forerunner of the smartphone game, man. 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. That's second gen, boys. And along with that, 12 gigabytes of RAM to ensure smooth performance. 5G connectivity, because at this point, that's a standard. And of course, that's a 120 refresh rate screen. Just to ensure that any small detail in the Land of Dawn, that is completely visible, man. You wonder why the pro players can just spot details so reliably? That's the refresh rate, my guy.
Yeah, again, the battery is also 5000 mAh. Not only good for gaming, but camera. Perfect nightography camera. Perfect for capturing your epic gaming moments or outside. And you can get all that where? In Samsung.com/ID. So you can play with Epic Galaxy's S23 series 5G.
For sure, man. I mean, after a certain event yesterday, I'm even more intrigued by Samsung because they have so much more.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, take advantage of the deal with a 4 million IDR cashback as well, guys. Don't forget about that. But
Moreno.
The Sapu meme.
Oh.
The what?
The Sapu meme, Arashi.
Sapu?
Yeah. Get on with the times, Arashi. Download TikTok.
That's an Indonesian word on an English desk, dude. Took me a while to process that.
No. If you understand a meme, you would know. Right, do you know the meme, guy?
Yeah.
Do you have TikTok?
I do. I do.
Arashi? Yeah, I do. Of course I do.
So he does have
TikToks regularly.
Of course. Regularly?
Arashi's one of those dancers on TikTok.
Okay.
You guys want to see Arashi do the call dog? Go ahead. TikTok.
Arashi, please do. Please do. But that was... I need that. I need
You need that.
I need Arashi. But okay, second game. Adjustments. What do they need to do here? Aura Fire, I think it all started the draft. So Rashi, what do you think?
Well, looking at the game recap, for example, here, tying into that point, Goni, you can see that the Impact player is still Kabuki. Even when Aura was on a slump, he was one of the members that were still able to really shine in the middle of a bad situation. So if they really don't want to use Aran, right, they feel like, oh, the Aran playbook is too readable at this point. Maybe play for Kabuki, right? Ensure that he is not going up against a Bruno Digi combo, man. That was absolutely brutal. You can let go of one lane, but I think, I don't know, you need to trade it off for something that's equally worth it. For Aura in game number 1, it was the Edith, and then it was the Gord Baxia. So these early picks, I'm not sure if they were that prio enough to let go of the Paquito and the Bruno, man.
Paquito and Bruno, what is going to be the answer?
Aran reminds me of something, Dottie.
What?
What's up? He reminds me of a song, right? I mean, it's just in the name and the way he plays.
What
Arashi
song?
knows.
What song?
And he ran.
He ran so far away. I don't know the song.
Because that's how he plays the game, right? He goes all over to the side lanes. He runs.
Yeah, he just runs all night and day.
All night and day. And he looks for macro moves around the map. Now, I think Aura needs to play around that even more. Because I feel like the week when he actually joined, debuted in MPL, that's what happened. Here, it feels like Auras are like, you know what, Aran, you play with us now. You don't do your thing. Don't be individualistic. Don't be yourself. And to Aran, for me, I would say, be yourself, man. Aura needs to play around that strength.
You know what's kind of poetic?
What?
Is the fact that that song, there's a verse that it goes, it keeps running, right? And then it ends with, I couldn't get away.
Oh.
So it's kind of poetic that now Aran is just stuck in bad matchups in an environment where he can't really be himself, right? Do his thing. So he really can't get away, and maybe that is what Aura needs to try and do, man. Give him some opportunities right here.
They need it now. Game 2 to force the series to a game 3. Aura still with that blue side, still with the same band spot. They now respect that Bruno. Even they have the first pick. It seems like Bruno isn't really in Kabuki's game plan. Very interesting, right? And well, for side of Bigatron, seems like it's still going to be the same bands here. Valentina, Yves, as well as Redrin. With the Bruno band out, yeah, Aura Fire also learned that Paquito is just that expensive to be given away. So they will just pick up that Paquito.
Well, now though, the Kadira is available for Bigatron. It's a bit of a signature pick. So I think there's no way they don't take advantage of this. But along with that, what else is the question, right? Will they go for some kind of fighter, some kind of flexible flex pick as well? Because the Fredrin is no longer available.
I mean, Edith can now be taken by the side of Bigatron. It's going to be the Claude, though.
What?
4.
Okay.
Wow, Sive. I haven't seen him on the Claude, but it's going to be the Edith here, combined with that Claude.
We have, remember, his debut, 3 games of Claude. Now, 2 losses, 1 win. So definitely a negative win rate on the Claude, with the Edith picked up as well, though. It seems like they're going for a different route. Last game was dive. This game, maybe they want to play a bit more reactively.
Well, the expectation is that for Bigatron, now the EXP lane is going to be in a tough spot. They are quote-unquote sacrificing Super Chorizo. So they went for the gold lane, a very solid gold lane with good kiting potential against potentially a Paquito that can just burst you down. So what will they supplement this with though? Would they want to go for a stronger jungle to facilitate the ganks? Or a roamer that can really stay in the gold lane as well? We'll have to see, man. Because Aura, I think it's going to be aggression. It's going to be a Brody. And a Gord. Whoa.
Okay. Still with the sticking with the plan with the Gord, leaving out the Kadira. Once, I think Bigatron can let that slide, but letting Kadira go twice, Bigatron is saying, you know what, it's too good of a hero. Going up against a Gord even just adds more power for that Kadira.
And now it gets really scary though, right? For Aura Fire, I would say. Good Diggy Band, by the way, coming through. They want to use their CC, Edith and Kadira. They do not want the Gord to have a free day. Just going with that Mystic Gush. But this Kadira, the Yves already struggles, and the Yves can stay in place anti-CC with some shielding. How will a Gord do against the Kadira?
Very difficult. I think there might be some logic in just building some defensive items just in case the the damage from the Kadira is just out of control. Because keep in mind, the Edith also does some magical damage. So if the Gord wants to play a bit more aggressively, I think some concessions in the itemization needs to be done for Aura for sure.
I don't think they can. He can play aggressively. I think he can just play positionally here. Watch for bushes. Don't face check because Kadita is most likely going to be around that bush. The second phase, let's shift our focus here with the bans. Grok ban out with the respect of from game 1. And take a look at the Martis ban here, right? Very, very smart. It seems like they are really trying to limit Aura's early game potential because it seems lacking, right? Just the Paquito. Gord and Brody, sure, okay, but with Martis, it might actually be a problem. And there you go. Aura Fire, even though they have yet to pick up a jungler, still, they respect that. Let's just ban this Baksha out. Lancelot, though, insta picked.
Well, earlier, all these fighter junglers like the Grok, like the Baxia, it's so much more important, so much more critical because they had a Diggy. Now with a Kadita, they could really go for something a bit more aggressive with less crowd control because they have an engage tool in the form of the Edith as well, by the way. So this is still a very flexible composition from Bigatron. And for Aura, they just have to find more ways to win lane pressure and to have control over the map first. Because if they lose it against this composition from Bigatron, it's gonna be so brutal, man. This Bruno and this Gord won't be allowed to really do anything, especially in the middle of those skirmishes.
Well, it's gonna be very, very scary indeed if this Brody is fed in that lane. But Bigatron, they're very pick-off heavy, right? Edith, Kadita, Lancelot. So Aura Fire, they need a hero that can negate the movements, and there you go. Perhaps this is the answer. Kufra, good catch ability on towards Bigatron's composition, and as well as Guinevere with that crowd control.
Sheesh.
Oh my lord, with the crowd, yeah, I mean, Bigatron adding a more AoE presence with the penalty zone and to combine with the Blazing Duet later on. But I feel like Bigatron, they are looking to end the game fast with their composition.
I'm not sure, man. This composition, it has great team fighting, but at the same time, there's no real solution for this Paquito. Bigatron will struggle a bit, I think, until they can really use that lore to draw Aran in this big fight. Because it's a Terizla, right? He's going to be so slow trying to match the movements of this Paquito.
I think for Bigatron, the way they want to approach this game is more through the execution. How to counter Aran? You're going to take a page out of Fluffy's book. Remember how Fluffy completely, cornered and neutralized Aran on the Terizla pick against the Paquito too.
We'll see, man. I think for Aura, they're still going to try and go for those pickoffs, but now with a Kufra and Gwyn, more variety, Bigatron will have a harder time trying to protect their backline.
Well, let's just enter the land of dawn for game 2 between Aura Fire and Bigatron. Will Bigatron sweep Aura with a broom, or Aura Fire, will they force the series on towards a game 3?
It's going to be a game of engages, man. Whoever gets the better pickoff will win it out. For Bigatron, it's a bit more simpler just because the high will be on a Kufra. It's a bit more straightforward, whereas Bigatron has a counter-engage potential.
Oh, solo kill. Level 1. Fortunately, Sorizo though, level 2. Oh, misses that first kill. So, no first blood here in that first minute. Bigatron Alpha again. I really like what Chive decides here with the Purify, but lethal battle.
Onward into the Earth Shatter and even a win there. First blood by Superkin onto Van. The two young junglers from Indonesia showing what they've got. But Superkin has had Van's number so far this series.
That's the combo, man. 2 knockups into a full burst. This is why the trio mid from Bigatron Alpha is so dangerous. And this combination of heroes allows them to go for pickoffs, but at the same time be relatively safe because they do have an Edith. They can really counter-engage. They can tank some damage in for Aura right now. As the opposite of game number 1, the mid lane can really clear, but they don't really have anything to go with after. And they're always at risk of getting picked off, especially once level 4 hits.
Yeah, I think for set of Bigatron as well, they are looking for that level 4. But the battle here, the Battle of Marksmen, seems like it's still very, very fair, but mid-side.
Requiem locking Sorizo down, getting a kill back for Van. Super Ken looking for the punctures, gets the minion waves, now puncturing again onto High to get to the turtle. First one on the turtle, Earth Shatter coming down from Super Key, now a Mystic Projectile. And even a Gush, that's the lockdown from Returns Revenge, but he's able to escape with the Flicker out. Aran, with the Flicker as well, chasing Key down and knocks him out. Now it's Super Cerezo, who isn't level 4 just yet. Looking for some damage right now, that's gonna be locked down onto Aran in the rough waves, takes him out. Penalty zone by Cerezo, High taking low. Van versus Ken. High gonna be hammered down and now splashed by water. Van still finds the red tree.
Whoa, what a fight. What an early game fight here by Aura Fire and Bigatron Alpha. But I must say, Aura Fire, they win that one. Slightly.
Slightly. I mean, Bigatron Alpha, they went into that fight with a number sets advantage. That was a bold move. A bit impudent in my opinion, and Aura Fire does punish it away, and Van reminds you again that he is very solid on the retribution. So Bigatron Alpha might have to go for a different strategy instead of just relying on Super Ken being able to steal, because usually it's a bit more guaranteed. Against Van, it's a bit difficult, man.
It is going to be...
Super Key caught. Again, the lockdown with the Requiem. Base damage doing a lot of Tyrant's Rage. Locks him down. Now Moreno's jumping in, misses the Breath of the Ocean. Van with some crisp, clean maneuvers to outplay the situation.
Good recovery, right, from side of Bigatron Alpha. They lost Super Key. It could have gone worse. But take a look at bot side. Sive, slight plating on that gold shield. But Aran is munching. Aran is just in battle with the minions here, top lane.
But for Bigatron now, it's a bit difficult. Their side laners actually isn't doing so good, and they're relying on the mid lane pressure and then using that to try and influence the lanes. But now with Aura Fire catching up, having the first move now, it's going to be them engaging on the Super Key again.
Another Earth Shatter, a Mystic Gush, everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at Key, and he's unable to sustain it. Now Shiva is zoned away in the bottom lane as Aura Fire tried to enable the Brody. Another Requiem now locking Super Moreno in a rage to pin him down, giving a kill over to Sin. Now another Tyrant's Revenge onto Cerezo, forcing him back. Aran's waiting in that bush to look for an all-in, but Cerezo flickers out to safety before anything happens, but already the Dragons are coming back.
Showing some teeth indeed in game 2. Bigatron Alpha in this position, in this exact minute in game 1, they were leading. They were the ones leading 1,500 gold, but this time, different story. High though might be caught.
Just a bit though.
Okay.
The damage from the Claude not nearly enough. Super Ken walking forward. That's a retreat battle. Super Ken wins it despite a Requiem. Van able to escape for now, but finds him execution. Dives deep. High and Sin might fall to this Thorn Rose, and he gets it. On point. Kabuki gets locked down by the Earth Shatter, and Shiva guns him down.
Bad coordination here from Aura Fire. They built a lead 4 minutes in, but they just lose it all just like that. Another steal without retray. Well, to be fair, Van didn't use the retray. They didn't have the retray as well, but Bigatron Alpha, their formation, their setup, Arashi, is just more sharp.
It was just unfortunate for Aura that High was caught out there. The only reason why Aura Fire has been winning out in these engagements is because they have been pulling the trigger using the Kufra initially, and that means that Super Key, that means that Super Moreno, they just don't get the chance to influence the fight. But in that fight, with High exposed initially, it means Bigatron Alpha can play with security, can go for the steal, and then afterwards keep chasing. It's battle of executions right here, and Bigatron Alpha might have figured out the winning formula, sort of. Aura Fire needs to change things up.
They really need to, and this might be the key that I feel like Aura Fire is lacking, especially if we're talking about game 1, right? Keep pacing. Bigatron Alpha. Another catch.
Good Petrify to cancel it out. The Mystic Gush barely out of range as Primal Wrath by Super Key, but he gets clapped down, pinned down, another Breath of the Ocean. As Shiva is able to pop that Blazing Duet, gets the kill, but now Kabuki's onto him. Good Purify to get rid of the stacks. Kabuki didn't use that torn apart memory. And now Arano chases him down. Shiva able to escape and juke, bobbing and weaving the Boxer from the Dragon side.
Man, what a mechanic displayed by Shiva to juke Pixel HP bar. And it seems like Aura Fire, they weren't able to just find that kill. Again, the lead It's very 50-50.
no way.
Oh, no rage, unfortunately. But again, Aura of Fire, take a look at the turtle. Already occupied multiple members by the side of Aura.
I don't know about that red tree, man. Super can already use it. Penalty zone. Oh, it's a big for a fight. Ban gets the red tree down, but now it's an all-in to the back with a blazing new one as well. High gets a pin down. Super King gets taken out, but it's a trade back for Kabuki's life. Key for Kabuki, and now a run. Gets locked down by the Petri and some waves. Super Moreno picks up another high, running for his life.
Man, the barrage of bullets from Shive is just massive, and unfortunately, Kabuki taken down early. And take a look at the space Bigatron created. Almost takes that mid base turret, but Van isn't standing idly by.
I think you do wonder if Aura Fire, if they really plan on playing like this, because they're going against a pretty good teamfight composition, right? Hallmark being the penalty zone from Super Chorizo. That is just such a good utility tool. It ruins your formations, and the Terizla in a fight is just so much more difficult to deal with. But now, whoa, Kabuki!
1v1. Super Ken doing exactly what his role says. Assassin on a utility build, though. My God.
That is why he is on an Assassin Emblem, custom Assassin Emblem, and also Impure Rage. Right though, will they commit to this?
Onward, BMI gets him out. Super Key with the Primal Wrath, baits out the Mystic Gush too.
That's a great play by Super Key, man. Just denying that engage, right? As long as one of the members of Bigatron Alpha, one of the engagers, doesn't get hit by the initial combo from high, it means they can just counter engage very reliably. They might go for a dive even now. The composition does support it.
Oh my God!
Solo kill on towards the Roamer.
Assassinate the Roamer.
Almost.
And Ken gets out, bets out the Requiem.
Aura Fire on what was almost a good early game. It seems like now it has been turned around by Bigatron Alpha, 2,000 lead already. And with the jungles invaded always, yeah, they're going to be behind more, but a catch here on towards Cake.
And the Rage Primal Wrath is still ready there. Super Kid gets out, but no! The Torn Power Memory locks him down high, running for his life, but it gets chased out by Super Kid. His Van is 1 HP, still able to escape. Roamer for Roamer, but with Van forced to recall, do Bigatron get this Lord for free?
I think they do. Aura Fire back again. They have a split push, a dual EXP laner compared to a teamfight EXP laner. They won't be able to even approach. And now Bigatron Alpha with a free Lord. Aura Fire, man. They are just not using Aran and this Paquito at all.
It's very hard. Very, very hard. And again, it's just Aura Fire leading. Well, again, just getting munched by the pacing of Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron Alpha, what they are able to do in that early game was just create their own tempo, create their own pacing, pick their fights, and when they saw an opening in that second turtle, exactly, head and shoulders as well. 10 minutes in, concealed play.
Ooh, that was definitely not concealed, man. They went in. They didn't even want to conceal anything. It's just guns blazing. BTR, wow.
They're not pressuring so hard. They're forcing Aura Fire to group. Even if they want to send Aron out, that means that they are just that much more likely to just get bursted down, dove on. So Aura Fire are forced to adjust, and I don't think that split push is at play anymore, but look at that! Around and around!
Bro.
Super Ken.
Another round? No.
Super Ken styling here, 10 minutes in, Bigatron Alpha 5,000 gold lead. Will they be able to crack the mid-base turret? Let's say.
Shiva is on it. No real engage, and he still has the Purify now. The top side going to be chunked on by the Lord. Mystic Gush defensively, Super Ken diving deep, dodges away from the Tyrant's Revenge. He's free in the back, and the Phantom Execution is going to be used up all the way. Finds an assassination, and he gets out as well. It's an all-in team fight for the Red Terminators, and none of them fall down to Aura. Super Ken again with the Honor, flickers out of the Revenge, goes in for the Earth Shatter. The Dragons have defended a torn apart memory in desperation from the Dragons.
Ooh, conceal play, 5v3.
Now the bouncing ball, stopping Super Ken and distracts. Another puncture, dodged away from. Phantom Execution out. Bigatron Alpha, do they look for more in the mid lane? Cleared out by Aran. Shiva. Oh. One more hit is all he needs. Won't greed out for it.
The temptation to finish off that turret, man. Bigatron Alpha, though, they stayed so long. I was worried they were about to overstay their welcome. But they still get full value out of it. Turrets barely standing. And Aura of Fire, man, they were just completely chased down even to their base. Bigatron Alpha, let's look at the replay here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It was initially just Super Ken dodging from everything, even though he was kind of styling. He does get stopped right here, but eventually Sin, being so vulnerable, can do nothing in the situation, and everyone dove in together. I think they could have gone for the base, but they went for the kills first, and now the game extends. But it seems like it's only a matter of time.
I really love the backup as well, right, from the rest of the members of Bigatron Alpha, where Super Ken goes in, finds the creative play, and the backup is just so aware that, yeah, let's cover Super Ken. They went in and also provide cover. But now the Lord here, I don't know, Aura of Fire, should they contest? It's do or die, though. If they can perhaps stake the Lord, it will delay the game, but Bigatron Alpha, they're 5,000 gold ahead. So not looking good here. It's a 70-30, I might say.
They can just wait it out, man. The wave in the top side is still pushing in favor of Bigatron due to the base tower taken out. So Aura Fire, they're gonna go for a gamble here. It's not gonna pay off.
Onward, Urshetta, Breath the Ocean, high lockdown. Chorizo's only the back. Van versus Super Ken! Who gets it? It's Ken who wins it out! Van running for the hills, but gets chased down and gunned down by Shiva. 2-4-0, make it 3 with the Lord.
Bang, bang, bang. Bigatron Alpha 7,000 gold lead with the Lord. They are looking for the end game, let's say.
Oh, Phantom Execution! Truly is a Phantom Execution. You don't see it, and now an Earth Shatter to lock Kabuki down. Shiva's running for the kills. Aran is running for his life. And Bigatron Alpha has just taken the Dragon's wings and torn it apart.
Beautiful, magnificent. What an opening match of Week 7. Bigatron Alpha, they have bounced back and started off strong. Aura Fire still struggling to find their jam here. Not a good opening for their week.
Man, Bigatron, everyone was just crazy. Super Ken in particular, man. The fact that he went so reliably, he was doing so many crazy things as a fighter, as a Grok, and then just immediately drifts into an assassin pick. It's just so shocking, and I think Aura were just completely off guard, man. That backline did not stand a chance. What the heck, man? They had a Kufra, by the way. A quote-unquote counter to a Lancelot. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter if you have the mechanics of Super Ken. Aura Fire. Man, I see no fire in this match as well. In the second game. They are just... man, Bigatron, before playoffs this season, will they be able to stay with this form?
Well, with this win, they certainly are going to stay in playoff contention for a bit longer. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro.
Oh,
VTR had to win today. Sorry, bro. But for
big
Aura,
ouch.
what do they have to do to get back in form? It's, again,
Very tough. Very tough. But with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's have an interview with Monica Cole and the members of Bigatron Alpha. Revenge. Super Ken ensures Aura stays in the red zone. Man, oh man.
Wow, man.
I'm dumbfounded. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, Monica Cole, take it away.
Tepuk tangannya untuk Bigatron Alpha dong! Wow! Akhirnya setelah sebelumnya lose streak 4 kali, kali ini diputus dengan kemenangan kali ini. Gimana rasanya, Ki?
Rasanya senang, karena kan kita lagi lost streak kan 4 kali ya. Kita belum ada menang. Dan semoga ini buat match ini buat bounce back kita lah, buat kedepannya.
Berarti kemenangan ini berharga banget ya?
Ya,
Jadi penyemangat kalian?
jadi penyemangat.
Jadi penyemangat. Nah kalau kita flashback ke belakang. Wah, Big Troopers kenceng banget. Sekali lagi dong Big Troopers. Wow. Tapi kalau kita flashback ke belakang, di leg pertama Aura menang lawan kalian. Tapi kali ini kalian balas dendam kah atau gimana? Kayaknya kan dari tadi senyum-senyum.
Balas dendam.
Balas dendam?
Ya,
Emang kenapa mau balas dendam?
soalnya leg pertama dikantongin Aran.
Wow, lebih tepatnya kayaknya Sorizo ya yang dikantongin Aran. Sorizo, gimana kali ini kamu melihat bertemu lagi dengan Prince Aran? Apakah Aran efek masih berefek kepada Sorizo?
Enggak,
Enggak, kenapa?
nggak tahu.
Kok nggak tahu? Jadi sekarang kamu yang balik kantongin Aran. Coba cek kantongnya ada Aran nggak?
Enggak.
Tapi apa yang kamu lihat perbedaan kamu ketemu Aran di leg pertama dan kali ini?
Nggak tahu sih bedanya apa.
Bedanya apa? Nggak tahu. Tapi tadi kalian kan berdua tuh power hero-nya Pak Vito. Di game yang pertama kamu pakai Pak Vito menang. Terus di game kedua Aran pakai Pak Vito, tapi ternyata kamu yang tetap menang. Gimana nih kamu ngelihat Pak Vito-nya Aran?
Mungkin aku lebih hoki menangnya.
Lebih hoki aja?
Ya.
Cuman karena hoki aja?
Ya.
Yang penting balas dendam ya?
Ya, buat Ken doang balas dendam.
Oh buat Ken doang? Buat Ken doang, tapi Sorizo yang dikantongin Aran. Nggak tahu lagi nih jawabannya. Ken bantu dong.
Sorry Jo, akhir-akhir ini tryhard banget soalnya lawannya Aran kan.
Oke, tepuk tangan dong buat Sorizo. Sive. Dua katanya. Gimana kemenangan pertama di stage MPL Indonesia, Sive?
Yang pastinya seneng lah. Terus ya tetap bersyukur aja. Semoga kedepannya menang terus. Amin.
Kemenangan pertama gimana rasanya tapi? Ini kan pertama banget nih di MPL kamu menang. Setelah minggu kemarin kayaknya kurang maksimal sih, Pe. Kenapa tuh? Kemarin masih adaptasi?
Kalau buat match-match kemarin mungkin karena keterbatasan ini aja sih, adaptasi waktu.
Berarti sekarang udah adaptasi?
Belum lah.
Belum?
Masih setengah.
Berarti kekuatannya masih lebih keren dari ini?
Masih banyak yang bisa diubah.
Wow, oke. Kita akan lihat bagaimana performance Sive. Tapi Moreno. Gimana Moreno, kemenangan kali ini ada yang baru di line up kalian. Ada Falah sebagai analis. Apakah ini berpengaruh kepada kalian? Kalau di Aura mungkin ada Aran efek, kalau di Bigetron ada Falah efek?
Tes.
Nah, gimana? Masuk
Apa
itu
tadi
suara.
pertanyaan?
Nah, sekarang Falah jadi line up kalian, jadi analis kalian, itu berefek nggak sih untuk kemenangan kalian?
Berefek, soalnya dari Vala ketahuan itu tadi scene mainnya guard doang.
Oh. Terus apa lagi?
Ya udah, Vala efek. Ya, jadi kita bisa menang.
Oke. Dan Super Ken, tadi kamu adu objektif dengan Fan, head to head. Gimana?
Terus jago dia.
Jago dia, tapi kamu lebih jago.
Lebih jago dia. Cuma
Lebih jago dia.
Timnya
Kenapa?
lebih jagoan tim aku.
Timnya. Waduh. Jadi karena kemenangan tim ya. Kemenangan tim bukan kemenangan Super Ken.
Ya.
Jadi
bukan
lebih
individual.
jagonya dia. Tapi tadi kamu adu retri, kamu yang menang.
Tapi kan ada kalah juga. Tadi menang soalnya di stun sama Hengki, jadinya dia nggak bisa retry.
Ini nih teamworknya Bigetron. Anyway, sekarang kita akan lihat siapakah player of the match. Kalau tadi di player of the game yang pertama Super Ken. Kira-kira siapa? Ada yang bilang Sive, ada yang bilang Ken. Langsung aja kita lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini. Super Ken! Ken, gimana? Katanya kamu biasa aja karena tim yang ngedukung, tapi kamu jadi player of the match.
Salah kali ya?
Salah kali ya? Teman-teman kru, ini salah apa benar? Salah. Benar, ini udah benar. Gimana?
Harusnya yang MVP sih, Pe.
Kenapa?
Soalnya digendong sama Bruno dia.
Oh, combo Bruno Digi tadi ya. Gimana sih, Fe? Katanya kamu yang harusnya jadi player of the match.
Gak lah, dia sing-singnya itu.
Oh, memang ya ini
Sing-sing.
Bigetron dari tadi rendah hati pokoknya karena kemenangan dari tim terakhir ya. Pertanyaan terakhir, Ki. Kalian posisinya sekarang di zona hijau tapi ya antara posisi 5 dan 6 masih kurang aman. Apa yang kalian waspadai supaya kalian tuh siap-siap buat masuk ke playoff?
Yang kita waspadai ya semua musuh maksudnya kita waspadai lah. Cuman kita lebih prepare sama diri kita sendiri lah buat latihannya gimana, segala macam disiplinnya gimana. Kita nggak takut buat nggak masuk playoff sih maksudnya.
Jadi positif ya ke
Ya kita
playoff?
positif lah buat ke playoff.
Minta dukungannya Biget Troopers?
Buat Biget Troopers, thank you yang udah datang. Jangan lupa dukung kita di match-match selanjutnya. Semoga kita bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik buat kedepannya.
Sekali lagi pada tepuk tangan untuk Bigetron Alpha. Dan selanjutnya untuk mengupas lebih tuntas bagaimana kemenangan dari Bigetron Alpha kali ini, kita langsung saja lemparkan kepada para caster di sana. Silakan casters.
Thank you so much, Monica Cole and Bigetron Alpha members. What an interview, what an entertaining one as well. What a way to start the week, right? Bigetron Alpha again, week 6, week 5, looking very shaky, looking out of their comfort, seems like, every match. But with this win, hopefully, Mirko, for your sake, they were able to find that ground.
Pretty good momentum that they have now, that they have won a match. They have been on a loss streak since IESF, I believe, and it definitely wasn't a loss streak that a lot of the Biget Troopers were expecting. But here, after this win, it can all just shift. Thing is, let's talk about the other side, Aura Fire. What happened? Again, it seems like during the 2-week break, PLR President was also going on, and Aura looked like one of the best, if not the best team in MPL Indonesia, aside from, you know, the other teams that we don't see in PLR President. They won the closed qualifier without dropping a single game, and they were favorites coming back in week 6. But what happened?
I think you have to start asking, like, if they're just very stiff, they're not flexible in how they play. So you can see whenever there's a new player, there's a new addition, teams just don't know what to do. But you know, once the team does make a good read and make adaptations, you can see that they just dominate. And the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is gonna be Super Ken on that utility Lancelot that just destroyed the backline. 606 with a 75% kill participation, even like 41% gold per minute as well. He was doing so well in this game, and like we mentioned, initially he was playing a fighter, so the transition just became that much more jarring for us to actually witness from the desk.
That, and take a look at the emblem, right? He still built the Assassin, also looking for extra damage with that Imperial Agent as well as Thrill, but he built Hybrid. Also on the end, put a cherry on top, he opts for that Endless Battle as well to have that sustainability and true damage for true damage to give towards his Aura Fire members, and you saw the aggressive mechanics that he displayed.
It wasn't just aggressive mechanics, it was showboating as well. At times, you know, the puncture in the mid lane to the bottom wave, you can, it's a bit of showboating, but when you have this level of dominance in the game, that's what you can do, you know? It's something that you can use to entertain yourself and the viewers back at home, and we'll definitely get to see it again in the highlights.
Well, in the highlights, we can see that initially Aura Fire were ahead, but then they just keep going for these weird fights that I don't think they really required. They didn't go for a fight that really benefited them, especially when they're actually able to get a pick-off. But even here, after Bigetron has quote-unquote made a comeback, actually, Aura Fire were still able to actually come out even at least in the pick-off game, in the team fight game. But afterwards, I think this fight is where it all starts shifting downwards for Aura Fire, man. The penalty zone, the fact that they had a Paquito and they weren't trying to play that macro game, aren't trying to split away. Of course, Paquito won't have the same kind of impact that Tarizla does in the middle of a big team fight.
And I don't know if this is just me, but in game 2, it really just feels like Aura were tilted, right? The plays, Kabuki alone in the bottom lane, is something that you would never see Kabuki do.
Oof. Look at those dodges, though. Those punctures were on point. He does get stunned once here, but afterwards, they're just way more than enough damage because Aura Fire are also so far behind. And as Gordon was mentioning, man, Bigatron Alpha, whenever someone goes in, they are ready, right? It doesn't seem like they had it all planned out, but one guy goes in, everyone's like, okay, he sees something. He has a point, let's go back him up. And Bigatron Alpha does look a lot more decisive compared to Aura Fire.
Very, man, especially in game 2, very, well, I must say, sure, Aura Fire grabbed more kills than game 1, but it's just it's just more hurtful. And let's talk about the items here. What did Bigatron Alpha did?
Well, for Super Marino, man, he is a snowballing Kadira. That is where you want to be. Already a Divine Glaive, so even if Aran comes in, he has the Athena Shield, which is great, because he needs to survive the initial burst to escape. But with a Divine Glaive, that's still a lot of damage. And the fact that he is forced to build that when essentially he's only up against one burst magic hero and maybe some more DPS coming in from Key on the Edith, it shows to you the presence that Marino has, in the mind at least, of Aran on the Paquito. Along with that, it's obviously a default full tank build Tarizla, all utility, and yet still doing a healthy amount of damage. So Rizzo did a very good job just abusing how flexible this hero is. And Super Key, he built for the full defense. I really felt like maybe an Athena could work here as well, because as long as he doesn't really get bursted down, right, he can just counter with some more crowd control and the power of nature. And if Aura Fire really has to full commit everything to try and ensure that the pickoff does work, then there's nothing left in the tank, nothing left in the chamber for Super Ken, for Sive when he just go in.
Gotta talk about the duration though for me, right? That's what stands out the most for me. 13:52 in game number 1, 13:56 in game number 2. 4-second addition in the duration. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because Bigatron Alpha, with Key in their lineup, this is basically the same roster except for Super Saiyan, right? It's Shiva in.
Right.
Season 11, BTR, what were they known for? They were known for throwing the game if the game went longer than 15 minutes. Now, we're kind of seeing the same pattern. Yes, they are starting to win below the 15-minute. But will that pattern continue again here? We'll have to see them even more before, finally saying that BTR are back. We'll have to see that. If they can go past the 15-minute and still stay disciplined, still stay organized and coordinated, then they'll be strong again.
I mean, in addition to that, I do feel like usually Bigatron, once a big team fight doesn't really go their way, they kind of like lose focus, lose momentum. But in this game, we saw a bit of back and forth, so you can say that there's improvements being seen, at least in that department. The late game department you're talking about, I agree, we must wait and see before we can say anything conclusive.
Well, hopefully for Bigatron's sake, right, they repaired that late game, or if they really haven't improved in that late game, they need to make sure they get games like this. Finish under 15, get 2 Lords, and just boom, bang, bada bing, get the game. And it seems like if they are able to stay in that form, they will able to perhaps secure more than just a playoff spot. But take a look at the rich guy and the carry. It's going to fall to the jungler, the tank jungler, quote unquote.
That's a lot of damage, man. Usually, well, to be fair, it's still a very early game, right? The longer the game goes, more damage really gets shifted over to the gold lane and mid lane usually. But with the game being under 15 minutes, that's a lot of damage still for Super Ken on that Lancelot. Again, that's 54,000 under 14 minutes. That's a lot of damage that Aura Fire really could not deal with. I mean, I think they were really over-relying on High because he was the main engage tool, right? Van wasn't the main engager for a lot of those fights. But at the same time, he was the only one that can really, realistically put a stop to all those punctures from Super Ken. So I think Aura Fire could diversify in a more calculated fashion as well.
Well, let's see here what will Aura Fire do, because if I'm not mistaken, Aura Fire has a match tomorrow. So they need to evaluate ASAP to perhaps That's ASAP. You're right.
ASAP.
As soon as possible. So they can really adjust from today and perhaps change drastically, evolve drastically for the good for tomorrow's match. It's going to be a tough week if not for Aura of Fire. I think if they really lose all their matches week 7, surely they will not secure the playoff spot. But with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the keys to success. Bigatron Alpha, Arashi. Talk us through it.
A rusher. Well, Super Can is definitely one of the keys to success right here. That much is obvious. But it's exploiting the draft. It's not just a power pick for Super Can. It's how he's able to use that pick to really poke holes in the defense of Aura Fire. And along with that, the matchup for Super Can, right? Whenever there's a fighter, he gets the Grok. Whenever there's no real counter, he gets a Lancelot. So the drafting was very intelligent from Coach Aldo. And along with that, everyone else, right, cohesively having a winning game plan, whether it's the split push, whether it's the full team fight, that is just one of the main strengths from Bigatron Alpha. And if they can continue to replicate this, I think they are on the right track to actually having a successful end to the season.
Well, good analysis, Arashi. I appreciate you. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want good quota, check it out, all right? Dunia Games. It's more and more beneficial for you, where you can watch your favorite team play. You must feel like you want to play too, all right? So you got to make sure that you all
I know that
look
guy.
cool.
Yeah, familiar face.
It's Mr. Rahmat, is it not?
No. That's Mas Aswin.
No, the guy in the counter. But yeah, that's Mas Azwin.
Yes. The guy in the
Mr.
counter.
Rahmat and Mr. Azwin.
Yes. Uncle Moonton is what he
Uncle
goes by.
Moonton.
Moonton on TikTok. You guys can check him out, as well as the 3 GB data quota right now that you get in addition to whatever you get. You want to go for MLBB vouchers? 3 GB worth of data. You want to go for items? 3 GB. Boom. Anything you want.
If you want more info, perhaps duniagames.co.id, or if you want more, Dunia Games app is the way to go. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, check that out. Especially if you're in doubt, check Dunia Games/Telkomsel to have that extra 3 GB of quota. Rumor has it, Arashi, that this morning, took a shower with this.
I showered with this?
Yes. Is this true?
Is that even a question? Guys, come on. The Gatot Kache edition, fresh lemon, man. Lemon cigar, that means fresh lemon.
Okay,
right?
that's fresh lemon.
Facts.
No, why? Why do you use this? Tell us why.
It's the best, man. Like,
why the lemon one? You know, because there's Eudora, there's Tigreal, there are other flavors.
Well, lemons are RRQ.
Okay.
Anyway, I used to struggle with dandruff, especially when it gets wet. It's just ew, man. There's no way you can operate. You can't do anything when you're just concerned about that. So, guys, check out the Head and Shoulders. Get the Gatot Kache edition. It's on the lemon one as well. And, come on, man. Wipe out that wet and itchy dandruff.
Yeah, wipe the itchy dandruff with Head and Shoulders. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to invest in your life, like your head, Mirko has a solution. Tell me what's up.
Well, guys, a lot of people say Wolf is the richest caster. Now, I'm trying to be as rich as Wolf. That's why I'm actually investing in gold through UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12, because the prices start from 500,000 rupiah. So, I can just chill. And guess what, Gani? This is the best part, right? Usually, you invest in gold, that's it. You get value for your gold. For UBS Gold, you buy any gold and you get free MLBB skins. So when I'm investing, I'm also getting additional value in my MLBB games. I can look cool in real life with that gold and in-game with the skins.
Well, if you want more, again, it's available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Blee UBS Lifestyle. So, ladies and gentlemen, check that out. Again, invest in your life, increase quality, not just in-game, also out-game, right? Real life, Arashi.
Of course, real life is important, man.
RL.
Is it though?
IRL. What do you mean, is it though?
It is important.
Of course it is. It depends, right? If you don't have a life, technically RL doesn't matter.
Well, IRL, there is a very exciting match coming up, man.
What?
TBH? I agree. Second match, right? We have a banger, Alter Ego, and as well as Geek Fam. Woo! Same color theme. I love it. Going head to head.
Speaking of Geek Fam, Where's Sheffin?
Sheffin, where are you, ladies and gentlemen?
I know where he
But
is.
Let's look for Sheffin. Let's stay tuned for the break, ladies and gentlemen, for our second match of the day. Gani, Mirko, and Zarashi.
No, We haven't spoken about Blee Blee, Gani.
What?
You need to buy tickets now. That's what Sheffin is doing right now. He doesn't want to cast because he wants to buy tickets. For what? For playoffs.
You need to find ticket for playoffs here. Early bird. Playoff
Early
tickets
bird.
are already on sale. So, 59K.
59? Wait, what?
59K is the price.
That's crazy. That's cheaper than regular season because it's early bird. Rashi, you know a lot about small birds, little birds. Talking to
Big
you.
birds.
What about the early bird discount here?
And the early bird discount is just so good, but I believe it's only until the 20th of September. So, guys, these tickets sell out real quick.
They
So
sell
the
like
fact that they're still
hotcakes.
available means that you gotta get on it, man. There's no way it's gonna stay that way for long.
Well, for those of you guys that are watching, just scan the QR code earlier below Rashi, I believe, and buy them right away. Now, with Blee Blee out of the picture, we need to seriously find Sheffin, man. Sheffin, where are you? Question mark. Gani, Mirko, and also Rashi will take a short break.
Gotta find him.
You guys should too. Let's look for Sheffin together. That's my second break.
Yep, and look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call alter already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts.
And here we go! Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now!
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Kalau menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke,
Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi kadang makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Iya nggak? PCG ya. Mau bahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya mobile itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, mobile itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward, satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih sebutannya, masih Kelra kali ya, gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih. Udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai apa ya role yang krusial ya karena dia eksekutor juga ya jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu Godland-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya? Agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya ngepanis dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman ini sebentar kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Om. Lah, kepencet. Astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman, Dok.
Kepencet, guys. Sorry, guys, kepencet.
Ini rame banget, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang gak boleh lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP, dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
ini gimana nih? Pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih Kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zil berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Put. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Korik dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. They're taking game
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
Shoulders 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus menerima sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat, ya nggak? WCG ya. Mau bahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure. Ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya. Mau tim A, B, C, D ya. Itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama. Dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB. Kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia. Kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin, Edward. Edward, satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih sebutannya masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener, P-Wise. Karena itu 2 yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku. Karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas. Dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya. Jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu Godland. Godland-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya ngepanis dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Om. Lah, kepencet. Astaga.
Gak lihat. Dok, aman dok.
Kepencet guys. Sorry guys, kepencet.
Ini rame banget tuh, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gak mau lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? 2 double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Psychots dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Ke flicker dia, Bang.
Keren.
5-0.
Wazir berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah boleh kali.
Ya, Put. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Kori. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia ini bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau
dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau bahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin kalau Yus setuju banget nih. Kalau Yus kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure. Ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya. Mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau perhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius boranya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB. Kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia. Kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin, Edward.
Edward,
satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The Masks will go head-to-head against the Geeks. So it's our second match of Week 7, Day 1. Still, MPL ID Season 12 back with Gani, Mirko, as well as Arashi. And after seeing Bigatron winning 2-0, Alter Ego, they need to secure the point. But before we dive in more, let's thank our sponsors. Powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor, Head & Shoulders, official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold. We have our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, YouTube, official broadcast, Maxstream, Taveri Sports, Video, our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And we are supported by PBSI. And ladies and gentlemen, again, let's talk about match 2. Alter Ego struggling here, it seems like, in the red zone. But Geek Fam, with this win, if they win, they can increase their odds to the upper brackets.
It's such a stark contrast right here because Geek Fam is just doing so good, 3rd place right now, and they're on a win streak as well. And stark contrast, Alter Ego are just struggling. It seems like they have some measures of success, but they don't really know what to do with it, how they can adapt and still maintain that kind of performance. So both were slightly inconsistent, but now it seems like Geek Fam is just the overwhelming favorite in the minds of the public.
I think now it comes down to the multi-layered dimensions of Geek Fam and also the one-dimensional nature of Alter Ego. The way they play, Rossi gets a prio pick, a comfort pick, put him on the Paquito. Oh, sorry, Paquito. Cho, another fighter in the roam position. Or the Kadita, he makes it work. But you ban those two out, we have never seen Rossi really pop off the way he does on those two heroes. And this is what we get to see for Geek Fam. But for the rest of the team, I would say Alter Ego has been more dynamic in a bad way. They've had more heroes to play with Arashi, but they've not found success. Geek Fam, they've stuck to what works.
That is going to be the tricky part here for Alter Ego, considering the fact, not just what Mirko mentioned, Sally Boy, very shaky this season, right? Going up against a Nile here, a rookie that is very reliable in his debut season, seems like, on that jungler position.
The jungle position, I think, is just so critical right now, so it sure makes a huge difference if you're actually able to get ahead. I mean, for both these teams, right? Sally Boy, if he does get a strong hero, he can still have a huge impact in the game, even though some people are questioning his mechanics. Well, technically, depending on the draft, that's not really as big of a problem. Now for Geek Fam, right? Nail has been so good, so consistent, and a lot of people are really crediting the success of Geek Fam to his performance and his consistency in the jungle. Of course, in addition, complemented by the rest of the team as well.
Well, again, if we talk more about Geek Fam, I feel like almost all 5 members here really stepped up their game Season 12. Almost Luke here, I feel like is the, I don't know, I don't want to say the weakest link, but Luke here needs to solve more but they are going up against Alter Ego still with their main five with Rossi.
A miracle run is what this team needs. But with their members here up on stage, they always are able to produce miracles. Ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego!
The three-faced masks, they look ready. Arashi going up against Niall and friends. Remember, they have a vet in their roster, that is Udil.
The veteran will have to try and make things happen for his team, man. Not only in the mid lane, because the whole team will need to perform if they want to stand a chance against the Mastermind.
Looking to shut the miracle play, the miracle run from Alter Ego. With their developing young jungler, this might be the nail in the coffin for Alter Ego. Geek Fam!
They really need to put their glasses for this match. Remember, they can't shut down the miracle run, killing two birds with one stone, with increasing their odds to take RRQ's position.
And like match number one, it's no different, man. The coaches have everything to say, everything to do with how successful their team are in the execution in the Land of Dawn. Up on the stage right here, Coach Erpang, the newcomer, against Cassius with Nafari helping him out. We'll have to see, man. Erpang has been doing so well. I believe with him in the mix, actually, it's one of the factors people really attribute to the fact that Geek Fam has been on such a huge rise in performance and win streak.
Wow,
absolutely
indeed.
Disgusting. The way that they have been playing. The second leg, Arashi, Gani, Alter Ego, 20% win rate. This second leg, will they be able to mount up a winning streak again, similarly to what they did last season?
Ah, man, it's really tough, man, especially if you're an Alter Ego fan. Remember, last season, they were in 4th place after the playoffs, but now they're looking very bad. What do they need to do?
Here's a victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Rossi introducing surprise picks to enrich his gameplay. It's getting a bit too readable, and we saw in match number 1 what happens when you become too predictable, like a book. Pai consistently plays with his playmaking heroes, has always been, it's an old win condition. It still applies here though, especially with the playmaking heroes available now in the EXP lane. And along with that, reduce the classic Alter Ego approach of high-risk moves. If they're able to use their initial aggression and get advantages, they need to be able to translate their gameplay into something a bit more calculative to ensure that their opponents do not find a window. Because if there's any team that can mount a comeback, can make a one-moment decisive play, that team is Geek Fam.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam, we know. I mean, we just weren't familiar with his or with their game style. Season 12, very different, leveled up, but what do they need to do here, Geek Fam in particular, to take Alter Ego down?
The keys to victory for this game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Playing the Geek early style to apply pressure. It's always been a signature play from Geek Fam, and they have lanes that can really supplement and support this win condition. Along with that, prioritize Luke and his initiator heroes. The Glook will do, but any hero that can really help them out in the big fights will be important. And of course, play with Chadera, right? He's such a great laner as well, and if he gets ahead, he's one of the most consistent players in the team. So why not use him as a key to victory?
I mean, Chadera, as we all know, he has that potential even back in Season 11, but he really matured here. Season 12, early on, it was him and Marky switch in and out, but it seems like Geek Fam, they understand that with Chadera, this is just the perfect fit.
I think right after the victory against RRQ, it was undeniable that Chadera was the better gold laner for Geek Fam.
Let's see what will both coaches cook from both teams. Will be Alter Ego on the blue side, and Geek will occupy the red side here for our opening game of this series. And Alter Ego, very peculiar, I must say. From blue side, they ban the Fredrin out.
Seems like they don't really want to deal with the crowd control, but they also ban out this Yeeve though. So it feels like it's a bit more targeted. Unless it's a default, right? I don't think that Alter Ego has been banning in a default manner. So I think there's definitely a plan here. Maybe some info they have from scrims. But on the other side, Geek is a bit more straightforward, banning the Kadita for the flex potential, for the engage. That could be so good for Alter Ego in the hands of Udo, and also banning weighted Brody for Nino, making sure that Kadera, the more flexible player, will be able to get a bit of an edge in the laning phase.
Kadita, a staple ban, right? But Bruno, I really love the approach. You know what? You got the first pick. Let's just ban the Bruno, the hero that is currently, I might say, broken. Very easy to farm with Bruno, but very tough to take down. And there you go. Alter Ego now banning another assassin, an assassin rather, in that Fanny. Seems like, as we all know, Sally Boy isn't really fancy with the Fanny.
Definitely something that could be exploited by Geek Fam with their superstar jungler. Chromatic Prodigy looked like in the early part of the season that he wasn't MPL ready. But with the help of Beloy and especially Airpong, who's joined in the fray, a guy who knows exactly how to utilize Niall in the composition, the ex-Onyx Prodigy analyst, who's able to really bring out the best from Niall in the picks and in the bans. So now, Bruno, Kadita, what do they want to get rid of next? It's the Joy. No Fanny, no Joy.
So Geek Fam, they're not really targeting Alter Ego and Rassi's picks. Alter Ego really can choose and adjust on what they want to show initially, but we talked about the Paquito being a very important pick for this match, for this particular matchup. I feel like a lot of people are thinking that both teams want to go for team fights, and in that, for that effort, the Paquito isn't exactly prior.
Well, let's see here. Will it be the Paquito or the Edith, right? No, it's going to be neither.
Yep.
They will prio a hero, though, for Serpai. Terizla will be that first pick. Geek Fam, what will they respond with here? A lot of options, right? They can go for the Edith. They can go instantly picking a hero for Chidera.
I think it's a great choice here. Understanding that Geek Fam, with Luke, the only real heroes that they have been able to utilize on Luke are playmaking ones. Terizla, we've seen that penalty zone become an absolutely ridiculous weapon or tool for Geek Fam to utilize. Denying it away is great. Doyok, this lineup, Geek Fam is the best lineup from previous seasons. Wow.
Is though going to be the Edith here and Valentina Arashi. Considering the fact that Edith is such a popular hero nowadays, why? I feel like mostly it's because the sustainability and as well as the flexibility it provides.
It's just what you provide. It's some crowd control. You can use it as engage. You can use it as protection like we saw earlier. When Hai went for an engage, he gets punished by the onward and the whole follow-up. So a lot of crowd control already. Tankiness to stay in the front line, but also damage when you're left alone. It's just yet another factor that needs to be taken into consideration in the middle of a big team fight. So if team fight is the what you're trying to go for, Eden is definitely value. But now, with the Novaria and the Claude for Alter Ego, that is interesting, man.
I think it balances well here from side of Alter Ego, right? I mean, Claude, AoE, Blazing Duet, mid to get late online. Novaria, what it provides is range, right? Perhaps that can be exploited by Alter Ego, which, again, Edith really lacks in that range. Valentina also lacks in that range. So with the Novaria Alter Ego, they want to play the poke game. Hopefully it works though, but Geek Fam here, they can respond with a they need to balance it out again. They need a hero that has range.
Back again though to the topic, Claude. Not really a big fan of this Claude pick for Alter Ego, mainly because we haven't seen Nino play the Claude much. We usually see the Irithel get picked up very early on, Beatrix as well. Now against Geek Fam, a team who has stayed unstoppable in leg number 2. It's definitely a very, very risky pick to go for, especially now that Niall has got his comfort pick. Lancelot locked in.
We saw the potential of this Lancelot in match number 1, but they're going to be banning out the Hellcrit as well, so Alter Ego we'll see what they can respond with here. Geek Fam seems to be trying to make sure that no one can really threaten the back line. So I expect something a bit dangerous in the gold lane, something that can really output a lot of damage if you are left alone, right? That seems to be the main key here. And the Edith pick and the Valentina can serve as protection if anyone wants to try and dive in the back line. So I think Alter Ego might require a bit of an aggressive gold laner if they're trying to use their teamfight composition.
I don't know why I smell a Leslie pick here coming from Geek Fam. Lanes well against Claude. And again, going up against a Hellcat, Leslie is so vulnerable in Geek Fam. They're saying no to that. Alter Ego though, they can commit to another marksman ban here. Brody ban can come through. I see only either Brody or even Leslie. But no, it's going to be neither. It is going to be a hero for Luke here, who is still has yet to secure a hero. We're talking about the Edith Rome.
I think it would be great. The Leslie.
Exactly, right? I mean, the Leslie here can come through for side of Geek Fam, but we have a comment here from Jack Lee, the coach of Dewa United. Chidera is really performing well, but we also have some specific strategies against Chidera. We will continue to maintain our performance, monitor the game in and out, so we are more focused on what our team lacks and needs to improve. Geek Fam, they can commit the Leslie here, or should they secure an EXP first? And, well, not EXP. It's going to be Kaja. The Edith will fill the EXP.
Wise choice. You do not want to pick up a Leslie here, knowing that Alter Ego can just pick up Assassin. Hayabusa still up for grabs. Even the link. We haven't seen Sunny Boy play it a lot, but if you have someone like a Leslie, a person who's that vulnerable, it's too risky to pick it up against a team like Alter Ego with still 2 picks ready.
I think that's exactly why Coach Erpang is flashing this Kaja pick. Hey, you pick a high mobility hero, we can stop you in your tracks. For Alter Ego now, trying to run out this combo with a Kufra to get a more, a more guaranteed engage. We see that the Edith can counter it only if the Edith isn't the one hit by the crowd control initially. Along with that, it's going to be a Martis. So no Assassin. Will that Leslie pick make an appearance right here?
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego, they went for the composition that is very well-rounded, very balanced, right? Has AoE, crowd control, and with the help of the walking magic sentry, aka Novaria, it will help him, will help them provide visions if the Kaja is a little bit naughty in the bushes. Let's see here. Geek Fam, what will they commit?
It's either the Brody or the... Well, technically, yeah, the carry could definitely work as well. It's also a pick that Geek Fam have been able to utilize a lot of times before with Chidera against the Kufra, Martis, and also the Terizla. 3 very beefy frontliners that can get really, really punished by nothing. None of the above. Carry, Brody, Leslie, no. It's the Irithel. They prioritize mobility over damage.
I guess they're not going for anything too crazy. They're going with the tried and true strategy. We saw that it worked out great for Bigatron. Geek Fam seems to be trying to do a more calculated style as well. With the Irithel, you're going to be vulnerable to the Terizla's penalty zone though, right? Slowing down the movement speed for an Irithel effectively means that you're crowd controlled. That's a core component of this hero.
I don't know, composition-wise, I am leaning more towards Alter Ego. I don't know. Let's say, game 1, ladies and gentlemen, Arashi and Mirko, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen at home, are you ready to witness game 1 of Alter Ego and Geek Fam? And this is it. The compositions, man. Oh,
it's all about the early game for Alter Ego.
Well, let's see who gets the early, mid, and late. Ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn. Here we go. Alter Ego and Geek Fam. Game 1.
Oh, man. Taking a look at the emblems here. Arashi, anything interesting? By the way, both of these junglers opting to rotate towards the gold lane. Want to put some more kill pressure in. Oh, it's a steal by Udil.
Oh, Udil. Sneaky Udil gets with the Astral recall.
Man, that is insane. That's such a good win for Alter Ego in the early game, and they seem to try and want to press more pressure.
Oh!
Already another attempt from Udil. It is blocked by Nail though, and Valoisi is doing a great job as Aboy comes in, trying to stave off this pressure. So Alter Ego already trying to make Geek Fam uncomfortable in the early game. They might lose a member.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about, right? With Novaria, you want to play with the range, you want to play with the pokes. And oh my god, Niall loses out on that camp here. Selly Boy, though, will be using that retribution, but he will be level 4 first.
I mean, that was blind, right? It was a blind shot into the purple buff.
I think so.
It was literally no vision onto the purple buff. It's an instinctual astral spear, and that might have actually just won Alter Ego the early game. With a composition like this, Arashi, it's going to be a big snowball.
It's going to be very dangerous, man. And looking at the emblems, 3 quantum charges means that Alter Ego wants to go fast, and go fast they do. Tenacity is in 3 members for the side of Geek Fam. They're trying to withstand the initial aggression, and then afterwards hit back with DPS. Irithel and the Edith will make sure that in a drawn-out team fight, the Valentina as well actually, it will really favor Geek Fam. Only if Alter Ego does give them the opportunity. In the early game, probably not.
Jumping forward. Wow, interesting choice to go for. Nile still level 3. And Alter Ego will claim this turtle for free. Rossi retires the bench. Sullivan with retribution. Oh, good dodge on that penalty zone, distracting the Alter Ego members. As an Earth Shatter is there, Luke takes a chunk of damage, but Nile is finally able to claim his first purple buff this game.
Oh, that's already set.
Whoa!
Geek Fam back. But take a look at the Tal's prediction. It's even Stevens. 3-4-3.
It's 4-2. Well, one of the votes is deceptive, bro. You gotta remember, when Mirko's on the desk, things aren't always what they seem. Right now, though, Geek Fan, they're certainly kind of behind. But oh, look at this! Whoa, that is not a good look for Sally Boy, man. It's important for the efficiency of the clear to be maintained if Alter Ego wants to push the tempo.
Certainly, man. And looking at this, Geek Fam though has recovered well. I feel like with Nile losing the purple, it could have gone worse. Rossi charging, committing.
Oh wow, brilliant play there. Getting a chunk of damage, and Udil even stole the gold buff away. He's stolen 2 buffs in total from Nile. The Sully Boy claims the Letho Wanderer 2 levels ahead of Nile.
Oh, a catch. Kadira. Oh, okay. He popped the Purify in time. Alter Ego Esports still with the slight lead. Geek Fam, I really love what they're doing here. They're really controlling the pace. They're picking their battles. Alter Ego, though, with this lead, right, Arashi, do you not expect them to be more aggressive?
I think eventually, right here, they're gonna invade probably towards the jungle of Geek Fam, because there's really no reason not to. Technically, every single lane for the side of Alter Ego is winning, and even jungle is ahead as well. So if they want to try and go for invades and make sure that Nail is even more behind in this game, that is a very valid path, but they seem to be just trying to find some kind of pickoff before the turtle spawns. Geek Fam, though, will not give it to them.
Oh, take a look at the Gaja. Okay, already used the flicker. Alter Ego Esports seems like the domino effect of stealing that purple buff. It's still evident that Geek Fam, they are still out-rotated here.
I think it's all about the Prio. Oh, good onward into the front right now. Luke able to get the Earth Shatter. Now with the Primal Wrath. Flicker out. Penalty zone by Pi. Catching Luke, and now it's even a decimation. First blood claimed in, but Pi loses his life, but a decimation from a boy on this Valentina. XP for XP, but Geek Fam, they seem to have control over the turtle. Beloyski still has that Divine Judgment. Rossi's charging, jumps in, connects onto Beloyski. But with the Divine Judgment still up, this might not be a 50-50. Divine Judgment by Beloy, setting up for Nile. The retribution from Sully Boy a bit too late. And now Boy, flickering forward with a splash of damage. Getting Sully Boy low. Rossi, CC down, Thorn Rose. Rossi able to escape. An Astral Sphere connects onto a Boy. But Nile is now back to level.
Man, Geek Fam, they are responding here. They do not need to win the fight. They got the turtle, and boy though.
Oh wow, that's a one-man penalty zone by Pi, making sure this Terizla is showing that aggression. But as a result, the bottom side turret taken almost by Geek Fam.
Down.
One more hit.
Whoa, almost.
Ooh, Pi is able to save it. But yes, Geek Fam, I think they're just so good at picking the fights right there. Alter Ego, they weren't supposed to really lose out in that fight, but how they execute it is different.
Purify coming out. Tadera is going to be locked down. Decimation takes him out, executes him. And Alter Ego still have the grasp on the gold lead.
Tadera even popped the Purify there, so that's not a good resource wasted, right? I mean, Alter Ego still maintaining their 1,000 gold lead. And it seems like Geek Fam now, it seems like they are struggling. Remember, a boy, sure, Valentina can be an element to turn the game around, but Alter Ego, I don't know, I just really like the range.
Interesting all in here by Luke. Shatter as well. Niall not, in time, Luke! Astral Echo catching him. Rossi looking for one more shot. Luke, Shatter, he gets out. Clean movements by Luke.
Wow. I mean, we were doubting what was a questionable engage initially.
For sure.
Without any vision on the rest of the members. But now it's going to be still Alter Ego pressing forward. Beloyski might be stuck in a tough spot here.
Bouncing ball, locking him down. Timer's Revenge and the Rage and the Decimation from Sully Boy to take Beloyski down.
Oh my word. It's going to be the last turtle here popping up in the Land of Dawn. But prematurely popping the penalty zone as well.
Earthshatter dodging away from the Timer's Revenge. A boy trying to prio get this wave clear in the mid lane, but gets chunked by the Astral Meteor. Dodging away. Good sidestep over from that Astral Sphere.
Well, no more ultimates are available from Alter Ego right now, though. Geek Fam, they can try and go for a play yet again. If they don't get a turtle, they can at least go for some kills. With everyone up here, they are going to go for it.
Phantom, execution and Divine Judgment locking him down. Naya looking for the play. Nino gets it somehow, some way with no retribution. It's just a basic attack to steal it away.
Again, Alter Ego now winning the neutral objective and the fight. Total kills 5-1, and Geek Fam only manages to grab a kill up to this point, 8 minutes in almost. And this is why, right? I mean, Kaja, a pick-off hero that isn't really good. Who are you gonna catch, right? Kufra. Sully Boy committing.
He's getting chased down now by Chidera. Flicker onward, but the Mortal Coil timed to perfection from Sully Boy, the Miracle Boy.
Again, back to my point here, right? I mean, you got the Kaja. Who are you going to take? The only viable option you can is Rossi, right? Nino, very hard to catch. Udil is in the back line. Sully Boy has that Mortal Coil. Maybe either Rossi or Pai here, Arashi, that can be targeted for that Divine Judgment.
I think Gigan can also try and play around the fact that Pai has been very trigger happy on that penalty zone, man. He's using it again and again, usually only for one person. And of course in the early game, it's important to get that lead, to get that pressure in. And maybe in the late game, that's just makes it very difficult for Pai to actually play in a more calculated fashion, I believe. And Niall, I think, needs to start appreciating or respecting the bouncing ball coming from Rossi. Because in that turtle fight, he just goes in right next to the Kufra, and, Rossi ain't gonna let that slide. Literally.
9 minutes in, 30 seconds for the first Lord. Beloyski might be caught here.
Look at the movement by Rossi. Chidera still trying to move away. Good Divine Judgment to pull him back. Chidera now running away again. He has the Purify, pops it in, but now it's going to be the Tyrus Rage. And Udo picks him up with Astral Meteor. An Astral Spear to the back. Beloy forced out. And Chidera not having a good game this time. 0-2-0.
Not a good game at 3,000 gold lead already established by the side of Alter Ego. And with the neutral objective here in the Land of Dawn, it looks like Geek Fam, they can't contest.
Well, Geek Fam, they want to contest. They have to do it very properly. They can't really go for a steal. They should go for the kills first, man, if they really want to try and do that. But Alter Ego, they're going to rush it down.
Again, Phantom Execution coming down Thorn Rose, but Sully Boy secures it for Alter Ego. Beloyski caught in the midst. Earthshatter, they're trying to disengage the Primal Wrath as well, but a blazing duet from Nino! And a good Mortal Coil to lock them down. Alter Ego won a 3-4-0 with the Lord.
Nino with a barrage of bullets again, taking 2 members practically from the side of Geek Fam. And take a look at the space with the Lord now. Geek Fam, they are behind. Alter Ego, they might take and secure game 1.
At this point, it looks like that is most likely the case, man. Look at how ahead Nino is. 1,400 gold, especially Pai as well. Just facilitating this kind of aggression. And Udo already has the Lightning Truncheon, so any squishy member gets trapped down, but look at that!
Solo kill? Almost.
Woo. Those recalls he might have to pay with his life, but it's actually Luke who takes it now and has to flicker out. Alter Ego using some of their resources up top. Meanwhile, down below is going to be a clear from Geek Fam. Pai going to be locked down. Divine Judgment. Pai still has the damage. Now, he goes in for the Decimation. Locks him down. Alter Ego! What an engage by Rossi! Again, phenomenal stuff.
Man, Rossi, every time he's given a hero that is comfortable, He will play and find his moments. Base turret number 1 will fall.
Yeah, the base turret pass, it didn't even matter, man. Alter Ego are brute forcing this, knowing that they do have what it takes to actually push the aggression this far. Geek Fam just do not have enough gold, not enough items so far. And if you look at the gold, right, Bayube has gold here. Nino is all the way up there. Chadera actually is number 2, but everyone else is just down in the dirt, man. A boy in particular, on this Valentina, they can steal ultimates and make plays. He just has no damage whatsoever.
Oh man, a good catch again, but no follow-up.
Oh, Sallyboy still claims it despite the phantom execution. Rasi locks Niall down in the back. They're forced away. Niall might be taken out, but he has the thorn rose into the divine judgment. Locks Pi down, but the penalty zone comes in. Chadero with the purify getting out. The Astral Sphere connecting to the back. It's a 1-for-1. XP for Jungler. Good splash of damage. Blazing away from Nino. Into the back he goes to claim a triple kill.
Bang, bang, bang. Alter Ego Esports with Insta 3-kill. Kadera, the sole member, standing. Can he defend the bottom lane push?
Niall's going to be up in 5 seconds with Alter Ego. They go for him.
A full-on engage and a decimation to seal the deal in game number 1.
Alter Ego Esports claiming game 1. They really need the miracle run. And it seems like Geek Fam, they were overwhelmed by the snowball aggression that the composition that Alter Ego has.
There are just so many things getting in the way of their success, man. Alter Ego, we talked about being one-dimensional, maybe using Rasi a bit too much, but in this game, he absolutely delivered. And not just him. Nino on the Claw that has not seen a lot of highlights at all. He just comes in with the Blazing Duet and destroys Geek Fam, man. And look, keep in mind, it all began with Uril just stealing away the buff. Everyone just did so well in this game.
If Alter Ego can repeat what they did in game 1 just like that, Geek Fam, they are in for a lot of trouble. What happened there? Again, I said in the drafts, I lean more for the drafts of Alter Ego, and that is why they have more of a balanced setup. They have range, they have AoE, and that marks a Selly Boy. Rarely in Season 12, but Selly Boy delivers.
I think it was not Sallyboy mainly. Again, it's cliche at this point for an Alter Ego win, but wasn't it Rasi? Again, wasn't it Rasi Arashi?
Well,
Your
Rasi
brother,
Rasi was the main engage tool, the main key to beginning a fight for the side of Alter Ego. And fight is exactly what they wanted, man. Again and again, it was Rasi. But keep in mind, Geek Fam made it very easy as well. They kept approaching Alter Ego in the early stages of the game, where they knew they were up against a Martis, they were up against a Novaria, they were up against a Kufra. There's just so many dangerous heroes right here, and Geek Fam completely disrespected it. I mean, Luke, towards the end, was still recalling on that Edith, and he just paid that price, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for that, our player of the game by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5J, it will fall to the hands of Nino.
It's not Nino. El Nino.
El Nino. With El Momento as well, 704, almost 900 gold per minute. But what a nice KP, 69%. Nice. Nino with the Claude. He farmed well in that early game, Arashi, and he was unkillable.
Before that, Arashi, can you do the voice of the face that he's making?
I don't know.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
Close enough.
I concur.
It's definitely a passionate sound. I'm not sure what to put in here, how to dub this expression. But he is definitely very happy with this performance, man. A lot of people have been talking about how Nino, he used to be such a rising star, right? The super rookie for a while as well. And then, he's just down. Nobody says that Nino is the best anymore. But today, he just proves everyone wrong. And I think as a team, Alter Ego, man, they do such a good job at punishing everything together.
Even from the early game, right? Niall here on this Lancelot struggled to find an angle, struggled to find a good puncture. And Chadera, very, very vulnerable in that gold lane.
well, he's also left alone very, very often. There isn't really a lot of guarding being done by Beloyski on the gold lane. And with Alter Ego winning so hard in the trio mid, they were just able to just keep going left and right, top and down, EXP and gold, and just shut down all the side laners. And afterwards, it's just too difficult for them to withstand this kind of damage, and they can't even hit back because they don't really do damage themselves. It's like they should have waited until later in the game before contesting, because they just allowed Alter Ego to snowball out of control. And look at this engage, man. Oh, yikes. Of course, on top of that, the Blazing Duet just seals the deal. And I think that the Rossi-Nino combo is just devastating, man. I feel like here at least deserves a bit of an honorable mention here, an impact player, because part of why Nile is also not as flashy, he can't really do as much, is because the bouncing ball, it seems like it's almost exclusively safe for him, and that means that Nino is just never in any danger. He can just make plays like this and just not fear for his safety.
All right, I gotta ask Ghani. He's the Kufra player here. The fight earlier when he got 3 people knocked up, was that a normal hitbox? No, right? Because I think it was the Astral Echo that made the Tyrant's Revenge get 3 members, because if it wasn't for the Astral Echo, I think only 2 or just 1 member would have been knocked up.
Yes,
yeah?
I think it helped the hitbox, right, with the Tyrant's Revenge. But yeah, let's talk more here. Good game time. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow, what are the odds, man?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4 game time for Alter Ego. And look at the scores, man. The only real casualty is Pi on the Terizla. And at that point, it's whatever, man. His job is to go in, land a penalty zone, make it very difficult for Geek Fam to kite away, use their movement, and just like that, everyone else comes in and destroys them. So for Alter Ego, it's a solid game plan that wasn't countered a single time for against Geek Fam. Even when Geek Fam tried to do something, the only pickoff they can get is the immobile wall EXP laner, and none of the actual members that needs to be shut down for them to actually save the game.
It's tough. Geek Fam, again, they were lacking in range, and what I really don't like from their drafts is they drafted the Kaja towards the end, right? It doesn't really solve you anything. Who are you going to catch when they already drafted a very, very tough hero that can be catched by the Kaja, like the Novaria? Rarely we see him on map. There you go. The Kaja was very relevant in this game.
And looking at the Yanis for Luke as one of the main frontliners for the side of Geek Fam, he went very early on into that Athena shield. And I'm not sure if that's the right way to go, technically, because as an Edith, of course, you want to be survivable. You don't really want to get chunked down by a single astral sphere in the middle of a big fight. But at the same time, you're supposed to really withstand the most of the damage from everyone else, not just the Novaria. So I feel like he could have really went for maybe some components and then went for more physical defenses, man, because he was completely swarmed by everyone from the side of Alter Ego. Even when Nino was just taking pot shots at him, just doing basic attacks, he was chunking down huge amounts of HP.
That is what this composition from Alter Ego could do, right? It can poke you, it can quote-unquote all-in you. It's just a matter of situation, and Geek Fam, they got overwhelmed. Nile couldn't really do anything in this game except farm. Even from the get-go, that purple buff steal was already setted for Doom for side of Geek.
And at the same time, you can make a point that Alter Ego did a very good job just hiding their picks, man. I think Geek Fam were expecting some kind of assassin, right? Because usually the idea is to get an assassin and shut down Chadera using this assassin. But now they go for the Martis, and then just like that, the Kufra. We haven't seen so much from Rossi, and this just caught Geek Fam completely off guard. None of the cards being given to Geek Fam at all. And looking at the stats, it's a very one-dimensional situation. Even though the damage taken is higher, technically, from Geek Fam, it's not like a one-sided thing, but all the damage was absorbed by Pi, and that shows again that damage reduction from Terizla is just such a huge problem if you need to take someone out, like momentarily, like, momentum-based.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, highlight, right? All titles will be for Alter Ego. Usually, you see the sandbag on the losing side. But no, Alter Ego, they're greedy this time with 4 members, 4 different players also securing that title. Nino, Udil, Pai, and Rossi. If Alter Ego could maintain this sort of form, I'm not surprised if they secure a playoff spot.
For sure, man. Miracle Run is still alive. They only have 3 matches left, which gives them a very, very small chance to make it to the playoffs. They're going to also have to hope for the teams up above to start losing, but this is definitely a good step in the right direction for Alter Ego, beating 3rd place Geek Fam in Game 1. It's not over just yet. Geek Fam can come back. We've seen them do that before.
I mean, their job is not done from Geek Fam and as well as Alter Ego. They need to stay composed here. They need to adjust. Now, if we're talking about adjustment, Geek Fam, I feel like they should adjust from the drafts here. They should just don't draft Beloy Kaja.
Really?
I feel like.
Well, Beloy Kaja was a signature pick for a while, man. I think it comes down to the fact that they need to be a bit more aware that Alter Ego is no longer as one-dimensional when it comes to playstyle, when it comes to the hero picks in the drafting phase as well. They need to expect that there's something hidden from them by Alter Ego. So, I do wonder if initially this Edith was picked as a roamer, right, for Geek Fam, because we all know that Mirko says it, and we agree that the Edith in the roam position makes a bit more sense than the Edith in the EXP position. And we can see that there's a huge gap in impact compared to between Luke and Pi in game number 1.
I think again though, it comes down to that Terizla being first pick. It was taken away from Luke, and then they decide to again flex the Edith all the way to the back. I think at this point, for Geek Fam especially, this Edith can't be flexed. Luke needs a playmaking hero, whether it be the Glue, the Terizla. You need to try to prioritize that in the start, because if you don't, game 1.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about playmaking heroes in that XP, we do still have Khalid. But, ladies and gentlemen, did you know, all right, there is a lot of people that are experiencing what we call Retro Indomart. That is when you lose against a Retro.
So Nile?
Like Nile. From time to time, though, multiple times. They didn't know. So how do you avoid Retro Indomart? Just download the Indomart Point Coup app and use it every time you shop anything in Indomart. So special for our studio audiences, you've got to visit Indomart Point Coup booth because there's free 37 diamond waiting for new members that register today. Speaking of the stand, if you look at the booth, that is one of Sheffen's friends.
Oh, what's his name, Gani?
I don't know. Ask Sheffen.
Ask Sheffen. But, you don't need to ask Sheffen about this. You know by yourself that Point Coffee gets you the right amount of energy with the right amount of ingredients, man. Take a look at this. 100% Indonesian coffee made by a professional barista. Sheffen would say a perfect professional barista with international standard brewing machines. It's time because there's a special discount. Rashi, what is a special discount? 30%? How to use it?
You put in the code discount PC 30.
What? Oh, Point Coffee 30, you mean?
Point Coffee 30.
Point Coffee 30.
Type in PC, not Point Coffee.
Angry,
that's too long.
Don't be angry. Miracles.
I want the right details, Rashi.
Point Coffee 30 on your Indomart Point Coup app. You get a 30%. That's right. Let me spell it for you. 30 on a discount on matcha latte, caramel macchiato, and lemon tea. Get yourself the always on point taste and make your day or your game and be legendary. Dankeschön. This is my coffee.
What language was that?
Do I get coffee as well?
German.
German?
Yes.
You don't know. Well, I mean, how would you know? You gotta grab courses, Mirko.
Exactly. You need to also grab course and also download the app Grab because there is a 90% discount awaiting for you on Grab Bike and Grab Car throughout this event. This promo is for new users only, and if you want to get more Diamond or MLBB Hero skins, stay tuned for Grab's challenges. So ladies and gentlemen, MPL ID has been a lot of fun and a lot of bargain deals as well. So ladies and gentlemen, there is OVO as well.
Well, you know, when you have Grab, the best way to pay for your Grab orders or bookings is through OVO in Indonesia. Important news for all you MLBB fans because if you guys want to buy data packages, use Grab, just use OVO. It's easy, convenient, and it's just the best for watching matches or playing with your favorite heroes in MLBB.
Exactly, that is BEST, best offer as well. And if you want more, maybe info, can scan the QR code below Arashi on bottom right corner just to be more insightful.
Insightful. Be enlightened by the QR code down below Arashi.
After you scan, you will be more insightful.
Yeah, you'll be enlightened on the true ways of the mobile data.
Okay.
Wow, Sheffen's favorites.
Yep.
Sheffen, take the stage. Oh, there's no Sephin
He ain't
today.
here though, unfortunately. But man, and speaking of enlightened, man, I wonder if Geek Fam will reach enlightenment and figure out what they need to do to win out here.
Well,
why is everyone not talking, man? You getting distracted?
We gotta let Sheffin talk, guys. Sheffin's at home. He might not be here in the building, but Sheffin spirit is here. He's telling us all to enjoy. And now, this is the time we talk.
Whoa, what is that?
I have no idea what that was. But I know who the guy is on your screen right now.
Oh, it's Sir Pi.
Sir.
The Rizla. The Rizla.
The Rizla.
Got the Riz. Arashi got the Riz.
I mean, Pi got the Riz for sure, bro. Not sure if I can say the same. We'll see if he has the same kind of Riz in game number 2, man.
Luke, it seems like when he doesn't get Terizla,
Uh-huh.
he's not able to make the same playmaking plays in the game. He's not that playmaker. He's more of a passive, reactive player when he doesn't get those picks.
And we're talking about playmaking EXP, right? What are the options? I might say Xborg's the playmaking hero.
Terizla, Lapu. I would say Xborg
to
too.
lead.
You know, it's funny. It's so hilarious that in match number 1 it was so prio, but Bakiro could still be used as well if they want to.
Not for
man.
Luke.
Neglected.
We've never seen that. Not even for Pi. I've never seen him play the Bakito, or very rarely this season.
Exactly, which is why it's just so confusing, man. The fact that they have so different focuses from both those teams in the both different matches.
Yeah, exactly. But we can see already instant adjustment, right? From side of Geek Fam, they banned the Rizla out. No Riz for Pi in game 2. But Alter Ego, still, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Fredrin, Heave ban. Let's see here. Will they also ban the same? It's going to be the Fanny. So, based on history from game 1, it was the Joy banned out from side of Geek. Will they ban it this time?
Wait for it. I do wonder what exactly is the plan. It's gonna be the Bruno ban still for the side of Geek Fam. Okay, so
leaving out the Joy.
Yes, that's dangerous because I think Alter Ego, that's not beyond me for Celiboy to pick it up. Compared to a lot of other unique heroes, like the Fanny for instance, the Joe is relatively intuitional, so I think Celiboy can do really well on it, unless Geek wants to do something crazy.
I don't know. I'm very iffy about the Joy pick here, especially after leg 2. Yeah, Joy, it's prio only for Onyx, right? But the rest of the teams doesn't really shine per se if they're on the Joy. It's gonna be the Valentino picked up. Geek Fam though, what will they go for here? Will they pick up the Joy themselves, or will they go for, again, Edith pick, but this time falls to the hands of Boloyski?
Terizla?
Terizla banned out.
Oh, right.
By G.
Almost forgot. Well, Glue is available, but I don't think picking it this early is a valid option. They want to go for the Edith again. They might try and flex it though, which is a confusing situation in its own right.
It's going to be a very tough. It's going to be Edith, alright, picked up already with a... Oh, Baksha! Very early Baksha pick coming up from Geek Fam. Thoughts?
I think they want to secure a hero that is so early game centric with this Baksha pick. Very fast rotations, very good neutral objective take as well. And Arashi, not a lot of marksmen, quote unquote, can really counter this Baksha without Bruno. Carry, short range.
Well, none of the marksmen actually hard counter it in that way per se. But I guess it does force some kind of adjustment from Alter Ego. They've been playing with a very high damage, high danger, triple mid rotation. So Geek Fam now having a tanky and very mobile hero in the box means that it's going to be a bit more of a fair fight if Geek Fam wants to go toe-to-toe.
Oh, good sniff by Alter Ego. They picked up the Yuzong, knowing that with Baksha you want to play front to back. That means you're gonna have a weak backline, quote unquote. And with the Yuzong, it anticipates the backline heroes that can be picked up by the side of Geek.
One of the best XP laners to destroy that front to back formation. Geek Fam, especially for Chidera. We know that they love playing the Beatrix, the Brody, two heroes that again don't do really well against the Yuzong. Even the Leslie now has basically been taken out of Geek Fam's hands. We do have a comment though from Mr. Chidera himself. We need to improve our mistakes during the MPL break. Our main goal is M5, and we can't afford to make too many mistakes if you want to reach M5. Irithel, the safest choice. Mobility again, but if he goes for the Purify, he won't be able to survive the dive, I would say.
Yeah, I think he will pop and rock the sprint here. No problem. But then again, sprint has cooldown as well. So if Info, Chidera pop that sprint, Yuzong with the dragon form will definitely eat that Urithel up. Second phase, here we go. Any insights here, Rashi, on what Geek Fam should go?
I think Geek would try and find ways to stave off the aggression, right? Crowd control that maybe is short range, but more spammable or more AoE-like. Because otherwise, it's going to be the same story, right? Alter Ego just swarming towards the back line. And even if they want to try and go toe-to-toe in the DPS segment, having a Valentina means that the power of nature can be taken and actually can be more dangerous for Geek Fam to actually give up in those fights. So they need crowd control of themselves for protection, but also to shut down any kind of team fight attempt from Alter Ego. And if they have those tools, they might be able to counter-engage in a quite reliable fashion. But with the Paramis banned away, maybe the glue will actually make a appearance here.
Okay, you're still going for the glue. Geek Fam though, they will target Sully Boy in a sense, banning the Joy and the Martis out. The hero that helped game 1 of Alter Ego just really secure the neutral objectives, killing pressure as well. Alter Ego, what do they need to draft for Sully Boy? It's going to be the mages here. Different story for that of Alter Ego. They will target a boy who is very popular on the Feramis, and they ban the Novaria out. So what is open here? Does the Farsa, okay, the Farsa doesn't really do well.
Lilia? My thought exactly. Lilia will be probably the safest choice, right? Maybe not the best choice, but the safest choice here for Geek Fam. Aside from that, what did you say, Hiroshi?
Valir. It's a bit of a long shot, man. I'll be real with you.
The range doesn't really do Geek Fam's justice, but yeah, I mean, Lilia, they really want to secure it late. If they can grab a hero, but no!
What?
Wow!
Oh,
it's gonna be the Gord!
Yo, we were saying Farsa very vulnerable to the Yuzong. Yo, Gord, another very, very vulnerable. Remember, they picked it up against 2 heroes that can dive to the back really well. It's a Claude and a Yuzong. If Shepard was here, he would say, you know what, ballsy pick by Geek Fam.
I mean, you can make an argument that even the Valentina can do so. We have a comment here from Rasi though. What we anticipate most from Beloyski is his Ruby. We have to be cautious because of it. It can still make an appearance right now, and considering how the composition looks, I think it might be okay to go for it. Will Alter Ego have a counter though for this group everyone up and kill them with AoE comp that Geek Fam has technically?
I think Sully Boy can pull up an assassin here.
Oh, it's the Valir!
Oh, it's gonna be the Valir, not for Geek, but it is going for the side of Alter Ego. No, they did not draft an assassin. They instead draft an Akai. Now this is tough. Right, I mean, good hero, good anti-CC as well. Oh man, Geek Fam, are they in trouble?
At this point, they might be, man. Not really too much synergy, all the dive, but at the same time, you're trying to go match front to back against an Aretha and a Gord and an Edith. Technically, they can have an Edith of themselves in the middle of a big team fight, but still, overall, the true damage from the Gord might be too much for them to handle.
Okay, Khalid. Yeah, the hero that is also playmaking. But, I don't know. I somehow am more preferring the Diggy. Edith the XP, but okay.
I think it's going to be very tough to go for the Diggy against the Valentina, though.
Yeah. Composition-wise, what do you feel?
The Gord here, it's either going to be really good or really bad. Against the Yuzong, I think there's more of a chance of it being really bad. So much dive threat from Alter Ego. What do you think, Arashi? That gourd pick, do you think it's gonna work?
I think there's ways to make it work, but there's just so much required to even get to that baseline, right? You're starting this race at a disadvantage, you know? And just to get even, you require some items, some summoners, some battle spells as well. Now with going with the flicker as well, he won't be able to kite away from the black dragon form. It's all about going for that burst and then getting out, or even trading his life, I think. So it's gonna be a tough game for a boy.
Well, let's see. Will Alter Ego bring up the brooms and sweep Geek Fam, or will Geek Fam equalize and force this series on towards a game numero 3? Land of Dawn, here we go. Still with Mirko, Gani, and as well as Arashi.
I'll have to say, though, for this game, that Khalid pick, I really like it. Because, again, if you're able to bully Pai on that Yuzong early, and even here, Rossi forced the flicker at Poloitsky with a flicker onward. Early game's the name of the game. If you want to make the gourd work, you want to create a snowball. And right now, they're doing it. Pai losing out on the trade. They're going to go without the Pai, and it's going to be 2 kills to start it off. Early pressure to make the gourd work.
Man, that's a lot of damage coming in from Geek Fam. And Alter Ego, they just did not respect it, man. Rossi on the Valir was just all the way forward as well. Again, right now, getting engaged on.
Okay, that's another kill for Nuke. 3-0, Nile going in for more. Has the retreat battle, 50-50, Pai's coming in. And it's gonna be the steal from Sully Boy, securing it, but an onward and an Earth Shatter locks Sully Boy down. The early game, Nile gets picked off by Pai. And he finds 2 on the board. Double kill for Pai.
Wow, man.
A slight recovery, man. A slight recovery. But Geek Fam, what a win. 1,000 gold first minute.
Earlier on, they were losing in the triple mid, but now it's gonna be Valentina, Akai, and a Valir in the mid lane. So Geek Fam are the ones that have control over this, depending on the situation. And right there, see Sally Boy is still taking away the litho, trying his best. But look at the emphasis, man. For Alter Ego, it's all about speed. 3 agilities, and there's even a weapon mastery thrown in there as well. Alter Ego trying to make sure that they do have enough the longer the game goes, but I think they are the ones that have to turtle a bit more, especially in these neutral objective fights where Geek Fam can just keep doing this aggression.
Primal Rat battle, Beloy versus Udil in the mid lane. It seems like Udil's going to be winning this one. Flickers forward, what?
Oh no!
Caught the Earth Shatter, Udil trying to make the play. One splash of damage and a basic attack, he finds it. But he'll have to pay with his life. I don't think that, what?
What is going on?
They left Udil for some reason. He's able to regen, buying a bit more time. Luke, oh my, wait. Oh my god, even the dodge from the Raging Sandstorm. Udil, Sully Boy gets the turtle, what? And Udil will finally fall, but he's baited so many abilities, and Pai gets the kill on the gourd.
Alter Ego, they're really showing their qualities here, but Poloitsky flicker play.
Earth Shatter locking Pai down, and Luke gets the kill back. All right, who got the value?
I have no idea at this point, man. What the heck is going on? We talked about discipline. We talked about both teams improving. What is this? They're just trading blows, doing crazy things back and forth. Udil surviving for so long, and then as a result, Luke not in the fight, using the Raging Sandstorm on a single person. What is going on, dude?
I mean, let's take a deep breath, right? 3 minutes in, total kills already at double digits, 11. So that shows here in the second game, both teams, they're going at it. They do not care. With calculation sometimes, but this is going to be your talent's prediction. Oh, Rossi. Caught.
One more shot to Darius, running him down. Beloyski, one more hit with a Primal Rat. Nino forced to use that defensive blazing duet. Forced back.
Oh wow, even in the bot side. Now Luke!
Oh, that's GG. Good night, Luke. Alter Ego, they need to be careful, but no, my god, Nino caught. Purify popped. Geek Fam again maintaining their lead. Take a look at Jadera there, munching the shield turret. Almost 100%, so this is, again, not good for Alter Ego Esports.
But if they keep trading kills like this, right, Alter Ego does have a Valentina and a Claude and a Valir, technically, all heroes that are very good in that late game. So Geek Fam, of course, in the early game, they have a Khalid, right, they have the Boxia, but they need to be careful to not give any unnecessary resources back towards Alter Ego, because overall it might look okay, but it might not be due to the composition.
Onward, Earth Shatter, Luke with the damage, Raging Sandstorm. My god, Pai didn't get to move at all.
Wow. That is a not nasty combination, but top side though, Nino blazing duet to the minions, but the turtle will be stolen.
What? Through the heavy spin, Nile gets it. Now Udo caught with a shielding India and Earth Shatter, not connecting. Udo able to flick around from that, but not from the onward. That locks him down. That's a defensive Mystic Gush. It won't work, and Rossi gets shot down by the heavy crossbow.
Wow, man, Geek Fam running down Alter Ego. That was crazy, they're still going.
I don't think they're going to be able to force much here. Luke is there. Pi still wants to go for the commitment. Nile going to be engaged on it. Earth Shatter connecting. And Pi gets the kill. But a boy with a Mystic Projectile landing will force Pi back. Even Primal Wrath immobilizing Pi, and the Raging Storm in the back. Even the Mystic Gush melting him down. Luke running away. One more shot should do it, but he's able to sustain back up. Terrified. CC. Luke jumping back to Rossi. One more shot. Mystic Projectile to burn. Not enough to take Rossi down, but it is enough to buy time for the tier 1.
What is going on? Talk about Luke requiring a playmaking hero. We expected something crazy, but not this, man. He just keeps going non-stop. And on the other side of the pond, Pai on the Yuzong is just trading hits. It's a complete slugfest, man. 5 kills, 5 deaths. I don't understand what the idea is.
4,000 already built by Geek Fam here. Kills? Yeah, Alter Ego, half of what Geek Fam is already collecting. And tier 2 of Alter Ego, well, tier 1 of Alter Ego in that mid lane has been taken down, so no more, well, less space for Alter Ego to play around with. That's not a good sign. Geek Fam, they are looking very heavy here in the second game. And if they maintain this, all they need to do is just play cleanly. I love the tempo that they are doing right now. They slowed down a bit because they are waiting for Alter Ego to show and make a mistake.
I think Geek Fam also recognizes that Alter Ego has a bad habit of just crowding together. Look at their ultimates technically, right? Their kit. I talked about how they require more crowd control, more AoE. That is what they have, but Luke now.
Getting caught with a heavy spin, gets bursted down. Mystic Gush already thrown now, but it is a turtle flicker onward from Beloyski. Locking Udil down and giving a boy his 4th kill in this game.
Man, nasty Beloyski with the good pickoff. This is what I expect from Geek Fam in game 1. But now Alter Ego, consider that they are behind 4,000 gold. Can they turn the game around here, Rashi?
They sure can, but it's only if Geek Fam makes a mistake, because you saw what was required from Alter Ego to get that pickoff onto Luke. A heavy spin, multiple fireballs from Rossi, and Pai even like piling on the crowd control. They really don't have the same kind of spammable crowd control playmaking tools like they had in game number 1. Geek Fam are the ones that could really use a really quick Mystic Projectile, a real quick onward Earth Shatter combo, and go for a pickoff.
Well, it seems like now, Alter Ego, they're playing it slow. Geek Fam, they are just playing to zone to get the tier 2 in the bottom lane. 5,000 still very healthy. And a minute to go. Oh, Pai looks for an angle.
Not able to find it. Black Dragon form forced to be popped defensively, and Pai is a flying dragon, but he's flying to the other side, his own base.
It was unfortunate because he just ran into Nile. He was just rolling around away from the jungle, but he just collides with Pai and reveals his location, cancelling out his ambush that he set up. He's a game fact by grab though. In MPL Season 12, Valier was picked 4 times with only 1 victory, and that was in the hands of Rossi. Well, he's not having a good time this time.
0-4-2. Got the first blood for the enemy's team as well. And Geek Fam, after that first blood, they were able just to get the domino effect that they were looking for with the Baksha, who is very mobile. Yeah, it seems like Alter Ego, they are pinched to a corner now. Lord is up here in no time. And Alter Ego Esports, I feel like they should just let go of this first Lord. There is no play for them in this current situation. I might be wrong though, let's see. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They're still gonna go and try and contest it. I mean, they don't really have the best siege composition. They actually quite excel in a big team fight, and now Beloyski might be out of position.
Force to flicker back. Udo used Primal Wrath already. Black Dragon Form going to be committed right now by Pai. Onto a boy he goes, but look at Geek Fam. Positioning, spacing, and also a good flicker by a boy. Now Pai is forced to run back. Luke with the Raging Sandstorm again, flickering forward. Now caught with a heavy spin. It's a trade. Nino finds Luke, but Pai will be gunned down by Chadera, and Geek Fam pick up a free Lord. Mr. Gush by a boy, taking Rossi low. Oh, Unity as well. Silly Boy cancels it. First
cover.
shatter with no flicker. Beloy tanking up the turret. Tier 2 for free. For
That's a
Geek
2
Fam.
for 1, but then again, they got the tier 2 in the mid lane. Item-wise here, take a look at Khalid. He respects Pi. He built a halberd early.
I think the halberd was second item, man. And you can't really argue with the results. It's insane to me that Luke is able to zone away the whole team of Alter Ego on a Khalid, as opposed to using something like a Yu Zhong. And now with the Lord that he has secured, they're gonna go for the base turrets. Can Alter Ego find something that really works out here?
Mr. Gush used up by a boy. That's Chidera getting stunned up by Rossi. One thing Alter Ego have is pretty good wave clear, actually, with the Valier in their hands. But still a lot of value for Geek Fam. Base turret up top, half HP.
Things are still looking bad. Oh, a catch! Nino with the early BMI. Again, they need to clear the super minions. But it seems like Geek Fam, they will be able to claim their first base turret here in minute 11. Alter Ego, late game Arashi. Who is better? Who do you prefer late game composition?
In a complete late game composition, I feel like it's a bit equal, man. It all depends on the execution. If it's a big proper team fight that both teams can ideally fight how they want, I think Alter Ego can still do a lot of damage using the Valentina and the Claude. But Geek Fam, if they can do what they do best and manage distance and disengage from Alter Ego when they use their big resources, I think they'll come out on top. So I think it's equal, but with an almost a 9k gold difference. I don't think that's even in the conversation right now. Alter Ego needs to force something from Geek Fam.
Or they can just hold on, right? I mean, they can try to weather the storm, collecting farm in this moment to, again, I feel like Nino is way behind if you compare it to Chidera. Chidera, 1, 2, 3, 4 items. Nino has only collected 3 items, so he is behind an item. And with that, of course, the damage output will be different. Ladies and gentlemen, you can scan to register here for MLBB Indonesia Community Cup. Registration opens now.
You know, for Geek Fam, they also have the fact to consider that Luke is building a lot of damage. Eventually, if Alter Ego catches up in gold, they can really deal with Luke a lot easier. But to stop that, they're going to try and catch Nino.
That's an engage like a Beloy with the flanks. Concealed. Cancelled out. Beloy onward. He finds Nino. Third shadow not connected right there. But the Mystic Gush and Luke! Onto the back he goes. Finds 2 and has 3. Triple by Luke. The base is wide open and Chidera will be able to utilize it to end the game. Dive comp into the gore, no problem.
Don't use mask, use glasses, says Geek. And Geek, they have equalized in game 2. 1-1. Beloy, a boy, Chidera, looking for a kill in that third game. But what a clean, sharp second game.
What a game, what a performance by the Geeks.
What a performance by Luke, man. What was that?
That was insane by
Is it
Luke.
the first EX player to get a Maniac?
Yeah.
That was insane, man. They threw everything at him and he just went through and says, where you at? You're not getting away from the sandstorm. Man, what?
Nino.
What a dive from Luke.
Yeah, he popped the Purify early because of Boloyski. Gives the green light to Luke with the flicker Raging Sandstorm to really lock the Claude in that bottom lane. And with that fight, with Claude being gone, it's just a battering ram
No
on
way,
the side
man.
of Alter Ego. 1-1 now.
Yeah, and a very strong showing from Geek Fam, dude. Screw Edith, man. Khalid all the way. Don't put Edith in this man's hands.
I'm telling you,
he's
don't put him in
insane.
XP.
He's insane.
Again, yeah, an adjustment, right? First game, Edith flexed. Second game wasn't really flexed. It was given to Beloyski, and it worked wonders. The coordination from side of Geek Fam was more visible in that second game as well. The game plan, the execution from the drafts was more well-rounded. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, they were the ones who looked lost with the Akai jungle. Doesn't really, the heavy spin wasn't really impactful. Even with that heavy spin in the neutral objective in that turtle pit, he lost a retry.
Which is weird, right?
Which is
Usually,
very, very weird.
Heavy spin is basically a free retry for most of the times, but I think Baksha there, Niall was able to use a tough boost and also with the help of the CC. But honestly, I think it's just Luke's show. We need to spotlight Luke. This man, Luke. That final pick, the Khalid, was phenomenal. The Yuzong that was supposed to be a problem to the Gord, Arashi, if you take him down from the early game with a winning matchup, with an oppressive laner like a Khalid, we really saw the impact.
We really did, and of course with that being said, it will be Luke who will have POTG by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G with a 955, 771 GPM and 70. Take a look at the items he built.
I mean, dude, why are we even announcing it, man? It's pretty obvious. That's how you know you really deserve it, man.
Yeah.
No one had a doubt that he was the one with the play of the game. And his atomization, Goni, like you mentioned in the middle of the game, going for the region denial to really pressure Pi in the 1v1, that's already great. I thought that maybe the laning phase can go his way, that's okay. But the longer the game goes, he was just able to completely zone out the whole team. In the middle of that, in the first turtle fight where he was forced to chase after Udil, I thought like, okay, I think Geek Fam is losing their grasp on the game, but turns out, man, that's not the case at all.
He went full damage, by the way. You expect usually Khalid to go, all right, Hunter Strike with the snowball early on and then transition into a tankier build. No, this is what a Chad looks like. This is what peak male physique looks like. The Khalid and Luke.
Luke.
That's what the Geek Fan players call him. It's not Luke, it's Luke.
It's Luke. What do you think, Raji? I mean, with the emblems as well, very aggressive, right? Lethal Ignition, Assassin Emblem, Master Assassin as well. He is looking for the isolation plays. Yeah,
that lane dominance, man.
Huh?
That lane dominance.
The lane, the LD, the lane dominance. Visuals.
All the way since the beginning, man. The fact that Altrigo even engaged here was mind-boggling to me. I know they have strong heroes in their own right, but against an Edith, a Khalid, as well as a Gord, that was questionable. And Udil here, maybe a bit overzealous from the previous game, but he was going all in. And this is where initially things weren't looking so good, and it's constant back and forth. You don't really have a good grasp on who is exactly winning in the game, but afterwards it's all Geek Fam, man. They shut down Pi and his presence in team fights using the superior matchup in the EXP lane, and afterwards it's all Beloy, just finding these picks, these onwards again and again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very similar story for game one, but different teams, right? I mean, Geek Fam, they were able to control, and take a look at Luke. That was a, if Shepard was here, it was a ballsy move.
I think all the way from the start, it was a ballsy move. The Gord pick was risky, very, very risky, but it just shows you that execution is very important. If you're able to bully the Yuzong, and if you're able to play the Khalid like Luke, sometimes he does make these very risky plays in the back. It's picked off, but it's always traded for something better. Oh, Arashi. Oh!
My lord. What
Luke
is that?
plays, bro.
What
Luke
is that,
plays.
man?
That is what Geek Fam can do
I mean, we broke it down in the middle of the game, but
it could have been a Savage if they held it
if
for
they
a bit
held.
longer.
But no.
They're too disciplined for their own good.
He's Chad.
I think Alter Ego, man, they just need to stop crowding. You see that again and again, they just keep getting caught out. Either one guy gets picked off, or everyone gets comboed. There's no real in-between in the way they fight. So I think Geek Fam has the right idea with all this AoE, and more importantly, with all these heroes, they don't really require their ultimate to make plays. Both Alter Ego and Geek Fam really like going for fights, really like going for skirmishes. In game number 1, Geek Fam were ultimate reliant, and Alter Ego kept running through them. Game number 2, Geek Fam says, we can play that game as well. Let's go head to head, man.
Yeah.
Head to head.
You want to dive? I'll dive you better.
Match
dive
one?
match.
What was the difference in the game time? 4 seconds?
1, 2, 3, 4?
No, match one.
Match
3
one.
seconds. Match
4
one.
seconds, same.
Same as this. Game 1, game 2. It was 1, 2, 3, 4 in game 1 now. Just add 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 8 is what it takes for Geek Fam to secure game 2. So with this pattern, I expect 1, 2, 4, 2. for game 3.
It's going to be
So
another
exact-
4-second duration addition to...
Why
All
not, right?
I mean, that has been a pattern so far.
Patterns don't lie, my guy.
You know what lies?
What?
Strategies. Ooh. Dive should win against front to back. In that scenario, right? When there's a Yuzong, an unstoppable dive Arashi, what made Geek Fam's composition work?
What made it work? I mean, it's how they execute it, right? How they're able to get more pickoffs because they have more spammable spells like the Mystic Projectile, like the Shield Unity from Nile on the Baksha, as well as the Onwards and Earth Shatter. All these things are not ultimates, right? Whereas for the side of Alter Ego, the Black Dragon form is so crucial to have. Without the heavy spin, the Black Dragon form, who exactly is Alter Ego supposed to try and pick off, right? On top of that, with Beloyski just reaping the benefits of so many assists, he was just tanky enough that Alter Ego get completely zoned when they see him in the front. And because of that, you saw that they're always trying to back away, and Beloyski very rarely used his flicker defensively. It's always forwards with the onwards, pun fully intended, and going for those pickoffs.
Well, again, this is the post-game stat for our second game. It will be Chidera leading and grabbing the rich guy by UBS, the carry Luke. Forgotten on Nile on that utility jungler.
Man, Luke has the highest kill participation as well. Like what?
On a Khalid, on Master Assassin.
That is comical, man. I can't believe it.
Full damage Khalid on Master Assassin.
This is why Luke give him the playmaking heroes. We talked about the playmaking EXP. We got the Lapu. We got the Terizla. We got the Kaja, well, the X-Borg and as well as Khalid. I meant to say Khalid. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is game 2.
We're going to see game 3. And honestly, at this point, Geek Fam have proved, like, we'll fight fire with fire. You want to dive, we'll dive even better. But we'll also have some solid backliners to back us up with some damage. So game 3, are we going to see even more fire? Are we just going to see a big brawl?
We might, right? I mean, Arashi, what do you think of game 3?
I think there's going to be more emphasis in going for those spammable spells, right? But with how aggressive both teams are going to go, it's going to be either a very close game or a complete game, even faster than the first 2 games. I think so.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that in mind, we have to take a short break. So stay tuned for game 3. is 1-1 between Alter Ego Esports and Geek Fam. Let's see what will happen in Game 3. Who will secure the dub in their last game of this match? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 12. Back with Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi here, accompanying you guys throughout the day. Game 1, it was Alter Ego winning with the snowball composition from the early. Game 2, same, similar, but different team. Geek Fam, they were the ones who got that early game pumping, and Alter Ego fell short.
They fell more than short. They fell tiny.
Ouch. Like this sign.
By the way, I gotta
This
highlight.
is massive though.
Nice. I gotta highlight something though. We went to the toilet earlier in the break, and I've actually never seen a whole team go to the toilet together.
Right.
Geek Fam went to the toilet.
Solidarity.
All 7 of them. Yes, 7. 5 of the main players, Airpong and even Marky together. What kind of solidarity is that? Udil was alone.
Camaraderie.
We saw Udil. He came out after we
He had to face
exited.
it. It was 1v7, bro.
Exactly. He was getting outganked, not just in the Land of Dawn, but even in the bathroom, man. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Geek just knows how to take advantage, bro.
Let's see. Will they be able to take advantage of that in Game 3 though? But Arashi, did you lock eyes with Udil?
No, I saw his back, I think.
What do you mean, Gani? What were you?
Yeah, when
I don't know.
exactly are we supposed to lock eyes in the bathroom, bro? Is that common for you?
That's why I'm asking. I'm asking you. Did you lock eyes?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, unfortunately. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the tip for you. But again, in Game 3, adjustments needed here. Whoa. Adjustments for your hair though. Highlight, shout out, hair cam. Arashi, who is this?
I don't know. I don't think you should be asking Arashi. You should be asking Shepin, because Shepin is the one who knows all the girls in the building. Head and Shoulders hair cam. You can see that glorious hair? Only because of Head and Shoulders. Go get yours today, because you guys can get the Gato Kacha one, which she's using right now. You can also use the Eudora one that Eternal likes, and Tigreal that Gani likes.
But let's ask the serious question here. Arashi, do you seriously know all the girls in this building?
No, I said
Shepin.
Oh,
Gani.
Oh my God.
He's distracted by the girl on the screen.
I'm hearing this, but Chidera, take a look at the Samsung, beautiful Samsung.
A live testimony from Chad Era.
Chad Era. Hopping off in Game 2 as well. And looking at the faces from side of Geek Fam, they look relaxed, dude. On the other side, though.
Oh, they look tense, dude.
I can't say the same for Alter Ego.
They gotta be a bit concerned, man. I mean, Chodera wasn't exactly popping off as in carrying, but he definitely was untouched during that game. There was so much going on that you can barely notice this guy just walking up, running people down. And like I mentioned, limited on his crowd control. Once everything is used up, Chodera just walks out like he's taking a stroll in the park, guns everyone down, just like that. So that is definitely a repeat that Alter Ego does not want to replicate. Even in defeat though, the impact player is going to be Sally Boy on the Akai, but I feel like compared to all the other meta heroes, you are just so ultimate reliant. I don't think you can be used to your full effectiveness, let alone in a game that has so much fighting, so much skirmishes.
I mean, in hindsight, I thought the range for out of Alter Ego was enough. But then again, with the Valier pick, right, it just really lacks range, which was exploited again. Edith can engage, Khalid can engage, Baksha can engage because the short range that Valier has. Yeah.
They took the Moonton patch note route. Subverting expectations. What I mean by this is, hey, what do we do against a Gore? Dive. Let's pick up a Lear, right? Patch notes as well. Yo, Joy's really busted. Let's nerf 1-1.
It's a bit personal, Mirko. I can feel some emotion right there.
1-1, man. They took out the Purify. So there's no Purify.
R.I.P.
No Purify in that second skill anymore.
R.I.P. Well, I mean, at least maybe, I don't know, like people will, maybe we'll see more 1-1. I have no idea, man. Not sure if that's the way to go, to be honest.
Just let me be in my corner, man.
Let
me be sat in my corner.
There's no corners on this desk though.
Let's give some time for Mirko to sit in his corner. Let's talk about the drafts. They will switch side, no? They will not switch side.
No, they won't.
Alter Ego still with the blue side. An immediate adjustment again. Baksha, Yeef banned out. Geek, same. Learn from game 1. Terizla. The Rizla was a little bit too much. They banned it out. With that, will Fanny be open in this game?
Fanny? I don't think so, but we'll have to see. I think it's still going to be a bit more of a play that Geek Fam can take advantage of. But no, it will not be let go. It's a signature hero for Nile, sort of. We've seen the high mechanics, the good decision making as well. So the question is, what can really fill in the gap that the Baxia will not be able to, right? If they still want to fight in the early game, they need someone sustainable, someone with good damage, and someone that you can keep going in, that doesn't really have to rely on his ultimate. The Martis comes to mind, but picking it too early could be a blunder in its own right.
First time they've let the Fredrin go, though, so honestly, it might actually be a signal that they want to first pick the Fredrin in this game. Getting some solid stability in the jungle for Sully Boy as a Bruno ban comes out. Fredrin is up for grabs. Joy as well.
Pick your poison. Like,
Game 2 though, Joy was neglected, right? It wasn't banned until the second phase. But yeah, I feel like Fredrin here is the more sensible pick for side of Alter Ego. They let it go. Again, in the hands of Nile, it's just a monster Fredrin as well. Psycho's Fredrin. So yeah, just Alter Ego securing Fredrin here for Sully Boy.
I think considering how less flexible Sully Boy is, that should be the way to go. Then the question becomes, what will Geek go for after, right? Against a Fredrin, do you want to go for this Joy? You know that the rest of the laners, the people in the jungle, they're going to try and help out as well, but yo, it's going to be the Valentina. Geek can take both.
Okay, I am starting to dislike this first pick here from side of Alter Ego. Now it just leaves the Edith and Fredrin to be picked up by the side of Geek. Without Baksha, okay, they have the Martis, but again, Doyak has a comment here that he's saying that Geek with this roster is stronger than last season.
So basically, what he's saying is Nile's better than Jana QT.
Ouch.
I mean, that's the only thing that has changed.
Yeah.
I mean, technically with Airpong as well. So, okay, maybe not just Nile, but with Airpong joining in the fray.
Airpong has definitely had a huge say in how well this team has improved. Knowing that they're going to be fighting and brawling a lot, the Fredrin was priored up, and they still want that Edith, most likely in the hands of Beloy. Now Alter Ego, they gotta find some, I don't know, man, some solutions here. There's gonna be so much dive. They might want to get someone that can do well against fighters, right? Someone that can maybe do a bit of max HP damage.
I don't know, Minotaur comes to mind, but no, it's gonna be the Irithel now with the Grok. Right, Grok? It's a flex, but in Alter Ego, it's most likely to fall to the hands of Rasi. Geek Fam though, considering that Irithel is just go for Kufra here. Go all in. Edith EXP? Okay, not for Luke. But if Edith roll, then just go for Marksman first. Secure a Marksman here, I think, is the way to go.
Yeah, I think if they go for the Lapu here, a bit too hard to pull it off against an Irithel with so much mobility, and even a Grok, to be honest.
Well, in one of the games before, we saw that the Lapu can be quite a big problem for the Irithel, considering the situation. So that's what it comes to mind. But having a gold laner, like you guys were talking about, is the way to go for sure. Now, Geek Fam has more rage to play around right here, but they have a better combo as well. But I don't know, does Alter Ego have more burst damage to try and really find more pickups?
They might go, okay, Geek Fam. Okay, they are going to commit to a Pi ban here in the second phase, I feel like. With the X-Borg, possibility can come also Terizla then, right? I mean, Terizla is still on, oh, never mind, it's already banned. So, Terizla, X-Borg, and as well as, yeah, Yu Zong ban.
Yeah, we're really not used to the Terizla being banned out as prior, right? I missed it in the second game as well, but Geek Fam really do not want to let Pi have that hero. So the Yu Zong we saw earlier can sort of work, but it seems like they're trying to ban away more durable heroes, right? They ban away the X-Borg, heroes that can't really get bursted down.
Alright, with the Fireman's ban though, right? It just signature Outboy targeted Geek Fam, they're taking their time here for their last ban, so they weren't really sure with the scenario that they had, it seems like. But no, they are sure now. They will ban I almost said Luke. They banned the glue instead. So, no glue for Luke. No glue for Pi.
I think they're trying to make sure that Pi can be punished. They might have some kind of special signature pick, or maybe they feel like they can just really flex this Edith if it really is required.
Not just the Edith, the Fredrin too.
The Fredrin too, actually, yes. So they can have options to push into that role if they really want to. So they're waiting to see what Pi will do, and they're banning away all these EXP laners to make sure that he does not have a lot of survivability in the middle of these fights.
Do they want to really nail? Not nail. Avoid down, I would say. With the fairness ban already, do they want to go for respect to Khalid? All right, they're taking away a whole lot of XP laners. Alter Ego smells something fishy.
So for Geek Fam, it's probably the mid laner right here. Against this composition, you have to wonder, is it going to be DPS? Is it going to be utility, wave clear? Are they going to go for the Gourd again? Not that bad of an idea, honestly.
They might though. They have to consider that the Rock. Seems like they are hovering around Novaria right now. I think it makes sense, right? It adds more range. It adds more visibility as well. And it might work and poke the gold laners. Yeah, they will commit to Novaria.
And it adds even more flex. Now who do you think? Novaria can roam, Edith can roam, Novaria can mid, Edith can XP, Fredrin can XP, and jungle.
Wow.
The only thing that's not a flex is a Beatrix, right?
Well, back then it was. It could be a Beatrix mid.
I mean, yeah.
It was way back. Way back.
Ahmad was one of the guys who was able to
Alter Ego. Alter Ego as well.
Exactly. But now what do Alter Ego wrap their drafts up with? They can't really go for, okay, it's going to be the Yu Zhang trying to nullify the Beatrix on the back.
Okay, so it's confirmed, right? Samai, is this Gurok jungle though?
Oh, Hellkurt. Do they want to go for it?
Hellkurt might work here, but Martis just is more solid. But no,
Grok jungle.
Grok jungle. I was about to say Grok jungle is a possibility, but again, range. Novaria secured in response to Valir, who has short range. I don't know about that.
This time I would actually say the Valir makes more sense than in the previous game, because again, the Fredrin gets bullied way harder than the Baxia when it comes down to the Searing Torrent and Poke.
The Edith as well, relatively shorter range, can be pushed back in the middle of their combo engage. So the question is for Geek Fam, what's going to go in the EXP lane? They pick something else that's also lane dominant, that will bully these Yu Zhang and seal the deal for them? Or will they put one of these heroes flex away? Because we personally, right, have talked about how the Fredrin and the Edith really don't do as well in that EXP lane. Oh, it's a Uranus!
Okay. So they're saying is with this Uranus, it will very, very much occupy that far lane, be a nuisance. And in response, Yu Zhang Pai cannot be proactive as much.
I like that, man. Having a sustainable front line against the Valir is good. You won't be bullied away as hard. The Yu Zhang will find it difficult to try and take you out in the lane as much. And the marksman, right, the Irithel, really doesn't do as much damage to the Uranus, technically. So they will need a lot of effort to try and take him out in the middle of the skirmishes. I think that's a very solid pick.
I'm trying really hard to listen into you, Arashi, because the Geek Fam fans in the building
they're right next to us, man.
And they're literally right next to you, exactly. On the English side, Geek Fam, man, they're fans. Back in the day, we don't see them much, but now you can really see with the rise in their performance, there's a rise in fan base as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 3, Land of Dawn. Here we go for Game 3 between Alter Ego and Geek Fam. Who will grab it? Will it be a reverse sweep? Or will Alter Ego secure Game 3 and continue their miracle run?
In theory, with the Novaria, seems like Geek Fam will have more of an edge in the mid to late game. In the early game, though, there are chances that Alter Ego can be a bit more aggressive, but look at this, man. Beloyski and Arasi just duking it out. Whoa, that was sketchy.
Solo kill,
might be it. Beloy, yep. No way to escape. Oh, onward. Earth Shatter, wait a minute. No, he should still fall. First blood over to Rossi.
Rarely do we see both roamers going at it this early, and
That's literally what
gets a solo kill.
I think it's a bit too dangerous trying to all in a Valir that has resets in his kit, especially in the early game. But Niall will be going for the litho, takes it away. And already look at the movement from Luke, man. He does not want to stay in his lane. He wants to find where you are. He wants to find your family. He's on a mission.
But it is, classic Valoy. He's dying in the early game, falling to first blood. We've seen him go 0-7 and somehow win a game, so... Ooh, Niall, whoa. Wild charge, everything.
Whoa.
Niall wants to join in the Valoy train. 2-0 to Alter Ego.
Wow, Geek Fam here. A little bit out-rotated here, it seems like, right? With the cover, with the setup that Alter Ego was able to do, they were able to add more on towards that first blood, which results to Niall now out-rotated. Take a look at the rotation. Niall now is forced to occupy that turtle pit. Seems like, though, Grok, without wild charge, will he contest?
It seems like he wasn't ready for the level 4 power spike out of nowhere for Alter Ego, but GeekFan will still be the aggressors right here. Luke already trying to zone everyone. Look at Pi.
Again, jumping into the back right now, and it's going to be the wild charge, and Rossi secures it with the Valir. Niall caught in the midst right now, unable to use the Appraiser's Wrath, and Luke will be able to claim a kill back onto Pi, but it's still a trade in favor of Alter Ego.
Whew. The Valir somehow secures a turtle. Who would have thought, man? The Alter Ego are having control in this early game, especially with the Grok pick. It's just a lot more secure. You're more immune to a lot of these tools that Geek Fam has, so it's no longer the same situation. Now Beloyski on the Edith has very limited targets, but so far it's still very balanced, man. 1k gold isn't really telling on how the game is actually going.
Oh, Nino still gets it.
Almost Sidera with the steal on that gold crab. And yeah, 3 minutes in here. Very different from game 2. There was 11 kills in the second game, but now it's just a total of 4 kills. Again, both mid laners just smoking, but rotation-wise here, Alter Ego Esports, Arashi, they were able to find more success. 1,000 gold in economy already.
In the mid game, I feel like Alter Ego will. In the early game, Alter Ego has the advantage of that Valir pick, right? A mage in the roam position means more wave clear, more damage. But for Geek Fam, the mid game with more fighters definitely favors them. But seems like Alter Ego, they just have a read on what Geek Fam is trying to do.
See, both teams here, they are looking for a catch on towards that gold lane, but it seems like they will not commit on towards a connection just yet. They will rotate towards the top side where the turtle will spawn here. As we all know, Uranus and Yu Zong, they're quite busy in their own lanes here in that EXP.
I feel like the EXP lane is a bit of a ticking time bomb, man. When Luke gets his power spikes, when he becomes, for a while in the game at least, unkillable, that's where Geekfan will absolutely take over and abuse it.
Okay, the turtle pit has been occupied. Silly boy. Astral Echo has been popped. Shown that Yu Zhang is alone top side. Silly boy though already poking the turtle. Will they commit on towards the fight? Let's say.
Earth Shatter used up by Beloy. Now a Black Dragon form from the back. Udil as well. The Primal Rat. It's still going to be Niall who wins it out. They both get knocked up right now, but a taunt locks him down. And Appraiser's Wrath not connected. But Beloy with a flicker forward, and the Primal Rat will just chunk Sully Boy down, taking him out. Rossi with a good stun. Some more poke. Beloy able to escape. An Astral Spear connecting in the Searing Torrent from Rossi to disengage as Niall goes to look for more in the enemy jungle. Rossi as annoying as ever on this Valir, poking Niall down. Let's see if he can take it away. Nope, Niall secures the purple buff.
That's a huge job for Geek Fam, getting the turtle, getting the kill as well, and they look for more for Pi.
Oh boy. Forward, Earth Shatter knocked up and taken down.
Oh, that is a very weird situation, but Luke now, I'm sure he's A-okay. Take a look at that.
He doesn't care, man. Look at his HP bar in the previous fight. It was essentially full the whole time. This is that point in the mid game where Geek Fam has all the tools available and Alter Ego, not so much.
Geek Fam, they have established a good foundation. Oh, Nino might be caught here. Let's say the cover by Sully Boy. But it seems like the connection there wasn't really visible for Geek Fam to pull the trigger. though Nino will be chunked to half HP. Minute 6 here. What do you think about the situation?
I feel like we want to look at some of the items right here, because depending on how that's going, it's a whole different situation, right? If Geek Fam has Radiant Armors built up, this means that Rasi will no longer have that much impact. He will need to play and wait for a few more item power spikes. And on that note, I feel like when the fight goes longer, Geek Fam still has a bit more of the advantage. So Alter Ego will require themselves to look for something more decisive.
To answer your question, no Radiant Armors built just yet though. So, Pai now caught in a 2v1 for Beloyski though. So, oh my god. Wait, Beloyski's winning, top side.
That's why, dude. Oh my god. That's why he has Chad in his name. He just flickers under the turret. Beloyski will get slain, eaten up by the Black Dragon. But it's a 1-for-1 gold lane for Roamer. I think Geek Fam will be happy with that trade.
For sure, and they're already jumping on this turtle. They do have some pressure, and Luke walks down to the bottom side. This is where he will just be that unstoppable wall, finding info, tanking damage, or maybe setting up for a kill.
A boy low, very low. The last turtle now. Niall will find it.
Very early retreat from Sally Boy. He panicked there for sure. There was no CC. Geek Fam and Niall just had more composure.
Things are looking bad towards him. They still want more Niall alone though. No specific cover.
The Brazer's Wrath coming down. No retreat here. Niall's getting chunked by a lot. They're gonna go in. Who's gonna take the orange buff? It's Tanera. But Niall loses his life. Is it worth it? Orange buff for jungler.
I'm not sure if I would say worth on that one, but they're definitely pressuring Alter Ego even more, and more importantly, making sure that Sally Boy just has nothing to do. He is falling behind on levels, and the longer this game goes, if they keep going like this, he's going to be a bit too squishy to stay in the front and contest for the neutral objectives as well. Look at his items, man. So far, magical defense a bit on the boots, but aside from that, it's all physical. Not a single item completed. He is under pressure.
Look at this oppression. They're literally just poking Sully Boy in every instance they can.
Okay, let's take a deep breath here. 8 minutes in, total kills only 9, 5-4 in favor of Alter Ego, but economy here, it seems small, but it's very, very deep. 2,000, almost 3,000 gold lead here for side of Geek Fam. And it might be enough here for Geek Fam to maintain, to keep pressure. Take a look at the controls as well here. Uranus, this is why I feel like Geek Fam, they drafted Uranus just to clear the far lanes. Pai. Black Dragon form more defensive.
Man, BDF. Defensive Black Dragon form.
Definitely not ideal for Alter Ego. And keep in mind, they haven't really, Geek Fam still has access to that combo, right? The Astrosphere into the Rana's Apathy. So there's so much danger at every turn for the side of Alter Ego. The only real silver lining is the mid turret has not fallen down yet, so they still have some measure of safety in their own jungle. That might change very, very soon, because the Lord is being taken and Luke is just dragging everyone away.
This is making Alter Ego Luke.
This is what Uranus does, right? This is why I really like that Uranus pick, just to occupy that far lane, continuing pressure, and the mid side for now, Geek Fam wasn't able to get and claim that mid tier 1, though they will look for an invade here. Sally Boy, level 11. Niall, level 12. Good retry by Niall.
Was that the vision being given by the Astrosphere?
Yep.
Man, the synergy on that. The team just knows what they're trying to go for. Alter Ego will try and defend this, but it seems like Geek Fam have a plan. Alter Ego needs to be very careful, but look at the bottom side.
Tanera. Oh, beautiful by Beloy! What a save! And Pai gets punished by the Edith. Oh my goodness.
Woo-wee! Geek Fam showing synergy in game 3. 10 minutes in.
Whoa.
Oh, Dill. Okay, good disengage.
Good body block as well by Sully Boy. Pops in that power of nature.
Okay, mid tier 2 in. Yeah, will be taken down now. 5 side of Geek Fam, they will grab more space. Things are looking bad to worse for the side of Alter Ego.
Look at Luke.
Luke is just smiling, chilling.
Chilling is an understatement. He is He's having a vacation in the enemy base.
Fun fact.
All right.
3 anti-regions already built by the side of Alter Ego.
And
Dominance Eye, Rasi and OD, Necklace of Duras, Udil and OD, and it doesn't affect the Uranus.
Because they have anti-regen, but they don't have the damage to chunk him down in the first place. So even though he's not regenning as much, he's not taking as much damage to begin with. Look at that!
Yeah.
Full combos by any member, not even taking down, like, what, 100 HP?
This is the Arashi, right? This Uranus is a problem. Who's gonna penetrate the Uranus?
There's just no one.
No, I mean, look at him. He is baiting everyone in. He's using this Uranus to perfection.
That's why we were talking about that, the Irithel pick from the side of Alter Ego. It's not very high damage at all. So Geek Fam now, they have a solid wall that's impenetrable. They have crowd control in Fredrin and the Edith. They have DPS from the Edith and the Beatrix, and they have proper siege, proper scouting from the Novaria and the Beatrix. So they have everything covered.
Oh my God! Chadera and a boy!
It happened!
Oh, the snipe! It was beautiful! Alter Ego now down to 4 men. Geek Fam 7,500 in gold lead. Rasi, now you see him. Now you don't.
I didn't even see him. I didn't even get to see him.
But let's talk about the late game here. Let's talk about the late game Arashi. I feel like if Nino has full items, Nino can penetrate Uranus.
I think that's a possibility, but I think that's a tall order, man. Especially because Irithel has a lot of utility, but not a lot of spells or skills that really buff him up. Udil, though, nasty, gets zoned out. He'll be away from the fight where Geek Fam will be going for this Lord or more kills.
Huh. 8,000 gold lead, and Alter Ego has no range to poke around Geek Fam here. It seems like even the jungles will be given towards Nile.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's nasty.
Nile. This might be the nail in the coffin for Alter Ego as Geek Fam continue their assault.
If you don't think so, you must be in denial, man. That's just,
oh my God.
That's just so difficult. Geek Fam, they're just so ahead, and they have all the counters available. As long as a boy and Chadera don't really miss position, there's not much that they can do. And look at Chadera, man, not even a win of nature. He was going full damage. He knows that for the most part, he's probably just gonna be sniping with the runner's apathy.
Man, oh man, the calm before the storm. Lord marches bottom lane. Let's see, will Alter Ego have enough firepower to defend this one?
Well, they do have a hero with a lot of fire, that's Rossi. But no, oh my God, I thought it was gonna hit again. Rossi would have disappeared if that hit. Beloyski buys the immortality. Lord able to deal with the base turret, the Natural Spear to the back, only connecting onto Nino. Looking for the mid lane now with a few good Renner shots. That's another base turret down. Beloyski looking for some damage to Pylo Rad. Udo gets choked, and now it's Luke walking him down with the Ionic Edge. He'll lose his life though, punished down by the damage. Renner's apathy onto Rossi. Spear, a boy, popping it in, gets a good chunk on the Sully boy. 3 base turrets.
It's a bit too aggressive from Luke though, just taking all that damage. That is crazy. The Geek Fam still in full control, and the siege potential was so good, man. Good regen and good range in the spells. There's nothing that Alter Ego could have done. Even if they tried to bank on a huge engage using the Black Dragon form or a wild charge from Sully Boy, there's no way. They just can't get to them.
Yeah, I mean, what they can do is just rely on mistakes, right? Just like what Luke did. He slightly overcommitted. Oh, not like this. Woo. Not like this.
Psycho Fred. Conceal. Psycho Beloy. That's a defensive Black Dragon form. Oh my God.
Snipe, snipe, baby.
Snipe, snipe, baby. Chadera and a boy. Chaboy. The Chaboy combo.
Adera? That's not good enough of a fusion, but okay.
1.5 for 10.
Almost 10k gold different for Geek Fam. Alter Ego, man, they're just waiting for a chance. It has to be a pickoff. There's no way, even in the full front to back, I feel like Geek Fam just has so much more damage and more tankiness. So I think it's going to be a pickoff. It's going to be some kind of dive where Alter Ego goes in, and if they trade 1 for 1, right? If they trade Chadera for Nino, for example, I think it's still going to be worth it for them.
Okay, again, calm before the storm. Now, though, it's not a siege, it's on towards a lord. If Alter Ego Esports isn't able to be aware and find good positioning, oh my god, it could look nasty. On the other side, if Geek Fam makes a mistake here, not a blunder, Arashi, is it fatal for Geek Fam?
There's a blunder here for Geek Fam. I feel like it needs several blunders for it to be fatal. But look at that! Bye-bye, Nino.
We didn't even get to see Nino. Usually it's now you see him, now you don't. We just didn't.
We just can't, bro. That was gonna be a free lord for Geek Fam yet again. 10K, 25 minutes, 25 seconds before Nino is even back on the Land of Dawn.
Oh man.
Geek Fam is just taking their time. They're enjoying this. It's a mini game.
It looks like an arcade indeed now. 11,000 gold. Total kills though doesn't tell you the whole story, right? 7 to 6, very close. But take a look at the turrets. Take a look at the economy. This sure will be the final push.
Take a look at Luke. Beloyski with the conceal. Luke in the front. Oh, that's a 5.
Oh!
Tadera!
Snipe, baby!
Again, it's a snipe, and even Pio dives deep in the enemy. Backline, can't find anything. Alter Ego, 3-man strong. Nibiru's passion melts him down. Udil and Rossi trying to defend. Geek Fam, 1 cannon minute. Tadera! With a flicker forward to put the final nail in the coffin for Alter Ego's dreams of making it to the playoffs.
Geek Fam revamp. This season, Geek Fam, they were able to find more success, especially Leg 2. And it seems like today, this match, no difference. Snipe, baby, was the play of the game.
Man, there was just nothing they could do, man. They got that first victory, and they thought it's time for Alter Ego to make a comeback. But no, Geek Fam just kept fighting tooth and nail to get that victory.
All smiles on the right-hand side of the stage, but all frowns are all given by the side of Alter Ego, as we will show the walk of respect. Does this mean Alter Ego's dream ends?
Well, I don't think it
Slimmer.
ends now, not yet, but
Slimmer.
way slimmer, way slimmer. Seems Beloyski's not just Beloyski, he's also manager.
Yeah, we just noticed that. What is that? Why is he a manager now?
We've seen Ocho Gahaba, we've seen manager, and did you see that? A boy with a
Signature Udil.
The signature Udil pose. Think twice.
Undefeated in leg 2. Geek Fam threatens Alter Ego's playoff hopes. And with this in mind, Arashi, Geek Fam, they increased their odds to secure the upper brackets. How are you feeling?
They're catching up, man. I am worried. I'm sweating right now.
Arashi don't cry though. But in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, we will have an interview with Monica Co. Let's talk about what they did with Moko.
Tepuk tangannya untuk Geek Fam! Wow, tim yang belum pernah kalah selama leg kedua. Dan ini win streak mereka yang kelima kali. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi dong. Wow. Cadera, apa rahasianya?
Nonton horor memperkuat chemistry.
Nonton horor?
Makan gultik.
Makan gultik?
Ya, makan gultik.
Jadi setelah ini makan gultik?
Ya.
Doyan?
Apa?
Suka?
Suka banget dah.
Oh, suka banget gultik sekarang ternyata, makanya betah di Indonesia.
Ya.
Ya, karena gultik.
Ya,
Because of
gultik.
Tapi tadi kata Cadera karena nonton horor, jadi memperkuat chemistry. Emang kenapa kalau nonton horor kalian jadi saling peluk-pelukan gitu? Jadi kuat chemistry-nya?
Pada takut semua jadi dempet-dempetan gitu loh.
Oh, jadi makin kuat ya kayak sekarang nih, pada dempet-dempetan nih. Tapi
Walaupun kita lihat game kedua, game ketiga bagus banget. Tapi di game pertama ada apa? Baloy, what happened on the first game?
Kadera masih ngantuk sih, karena dia makan banyak makan.
Banyak makan? Makanya apa?
Masih ngantuk
Gultik?
game 1 ya.
Gultik makannya?
Enggak, sebelum main.
Sebelum main makan gultik banyak?
Ya banyak.
Beneran Kadera?
Bohong, jangan percaya.
Tapi sekarang udah kenyang? Masih kenyang?
Udah kenyang tiap hari.
Oh udah kenyang tiap hari?
Iya,
Tapi masih lapar akan kemenangan kan?
bener.
Masih lapar ya akan
Iya.
kemenangan. Karena jadi tadi karena itu. Tapi apa yang membuat game kedua dan game ketiga kayaknya wow, kalian bisa menang. Tadi juga Luka performance-nya bagus banget. Gimana tuh ngelihatnya?
Mahal sih.
Mahal.
Mahal.
Kenapa mahal? Dikasih tahu kenapa mahal.
Mahal aja.
Mahal aja ya pokoknya ya. Kalian tuh sebenarnya ngejar upper bracket atau yang penting lolos playoff aja sih? Karena sekarang kalian udah ada di top 3. Bisa dibilang cukup aman lah buat ke playoff. Tapi kalian masih ngejar upper bracket nggak? Makanya mati-matian nih menang kali ini harus.
Iya sih, ngejar upper kita.
Ngejar upper?
Ya.
Ngejar upper ya? Aboy gimana? Ngejar upper juga?
Ya upper dong.
Upper dong, tapi kalian bakalan ngehadapin masih ada 4 match. Ada Dewa, RRQ, Aura, dan Rebellion. Menurut Aboy, gimana tuh? Masih ada 4 match lagi. Masih positif bisa menang upper bracket?
Masih kalau kita ngalahin RRQ.
Masih kalau ngalahin RRQ. Jadi itu yang ditunggu-tunggu. Dari 4 tim yang nanti bakalan ketemu, nunggunya RRQ.
Ya RRQ.
Cadera?
Sama.
Sama. Jadi pada nungguin RRQ.
Iya.
Oh, siap-siap RRQ di sana ya. Dan Nail, gimana? Setelah ini udah minggu ke-7 bermain dengan Geek Fam. Ada perbedaan yang kamu rasakan nggak? Ada perbedaan, mungkin sekarang udah lebih nyaman karena sering nonton horor.
Oh, kita udah ngelarang Kadera makan lebih banyak sih. Biar nggak kayak game 1.
Oh! Jadi disuruh diet caderanya?
Iya.
Disuruh diet?
Iya, benar.
Cadera gimana?
Demi kebaikan tim, gas aja lah.
Demi kebaikan tim. Tapi tadi kamu main Beatrix di game ketiga juga jago banget. Kenapa biar Ranger Emas bisa sebut Ranger Sabati from Cadera gitu?
Iya, pengen punya julukan dari Ranger Emas.
Oke. Dan ini ya kalian juga nanti kalau lolos playoff, amin. Oh, tidak ada sama Ranger Emas tuh. Ya, kalian prediksinya nanti 3 tim yang mungkin terbawa tuh siapa menurut kalian? Oh, aduh, nggak mau ya. Karena semuanya tetap bagus.
Iya, semua punya kesempatan buat playoff, jadi good luck aja lah.
Oke, good luck. Tapi kali ini kita bakalan lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini. Kira-kira siapa Geek Community? Player of the match? Oke, kita lihat aja langsung ya siapa.
Aboy.
Luka, wow. Tadi di game yang kedua kamu juga MVP, kali ini kamu juga player of the match. Emang mahal banget kamu ya?
Mahal.
Mahal ya?
Mahal kita.
Mahal kita, artinya?
Gak tahu.
Mahal kita artinya apa sih?
Apa?
Mahal kita artinya?
Aku cinta kamu.
Aku cinta kamu. Jadi maksudnya mahal kita, aku cinta kamu atau mahal gitu?
Mahal sih.
Jadi mahal ya?
Mahal aja.
Mahal punya.
Ya.
Anyway, kamu ngejar jadi MVP of regular season gak sih? Ngejar jadi MVP regular season gak?
Enggak sih, baru sekali soalnya.
Baru sekali, tapi
Gak
tetap
bakal
mahal
nih.
ya?
Iya.
Tetap mahal. Tapi kalau kita lihat di list MVP regular season saat ini, ada Cadera yang bertengger di top 5. Cadera, kalau kata Luka nggak ngejar MVP regular season. Kalau kamu ngejar MVP regular season nggak?
Itu bonus aja lah.
Itu bonus aja, tapi ngejar, mau?
Siapa sih yang nggak mau?
Siapa sih yang nggak mau? Kita lihat nanti ya performance Cadera. Dan yang terakhir deh, nggak lengkap rasanya kalau udah ngeliat Geek Fam di stage tapi belum ngedengerin Cadera ngomong Madura ya. Terakhir deh, Cadera boleh dong minta Geek Fam biar nyemangatin kamu tapi pakai bahasa Madura, nyemangatin Geek Fam.
Kebaik Geek Community solso tukong Geek Fam ke M5.
Bukan cuman jadi Raja Galaksi tapi dukung sampai ke M5. Kita lihat nanti sekali lagi tepuk tangannya untuk Geek Fam. Dan langsung saja kita akan tanyakan kepada para caster di sana bagaimana performance dari Geek Fam di match hari ini. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Moko. Thank you, Geek Fam, as well for that wonderful interview. And that was Geek Fam beating Alter Ego to the one with the reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 was Alter Ego, one-sided game, but Game 2, Game 3, Geek Fam. This is what I'm talking about, right? With teams in Season 12, adaptability. Geek Fam showed it Game 2 and Game 3. Wow.
Solid performance, solid draft, and the execution especially, man. They took some risky plays in game number 2, Rashi, but in game 3, no risks were needed. Just play their game and draft their way.
I mean, even I don't know, man, the draft was so good. I mean, everything.
That Uranus,
so
bro. That Uranus.
The Uranus shut down any pick-off, skirmish potential. The range just denied them any kind of info warfare as well. I don't know, man, that was so intelligent.
Very intelligent by Luke, our player of the match. Take a look at the items here. Very smart. Oracle first item. Just to add more oomph to this Uranus. And it really forces that NOD early, that dominance early on the other opponent.
And you know, we saw that it's not maybe we'll see it again later, right? But there was a lot of healing denial from the side of Alter Ego. It just really wasn't enough.
Nope.
Everyone, and maybe, right, they over-adjusted. Everyone built healing denial that no one actually has the damage to take him down. And I feel like, honestly, Uranus is probably a hard counter to the Irithel, man. I've never seen an Irithel able to just burst through a Uranus.
Not just the Irithel,
they're on
man.
the same, like, you know, on the same gold curve.
Everything on Alter Ego side, all their damage dealers, no one can really melt this guy down. Remember, Valentina, Valir, Yuzong, all right, we'll just take Yuzong out of there, and then Irithel. None of them can melt this guy down properly.
Yeah, nobody can penetrate Uranus in this third game, and seems like it was more than enough for Luke to create this huge impact with Uranus.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights right here, man. Early on, it's chaos as expected. A 1v1 duel among the roamers here to prove once and for all who is on top. But afterwards, the mutual objective play. Initially, it was a stolen turtle, and afterwards, just a messy fight from both these teams. And you're still wondering, like, maybe it's gonna be a 50-50 again. But then it's the mid-game where the power spikes were just so strong from the side of Geek Fam, particularly in the EXP lane. And abusing that, Geek Fam were just able to have their way with Alter Ego. Even here, Nail just keeps going into these risky areas of the map, and he just can't get punished.
Nope. Take a look at this. Snipe, baby.
Yep. Boom. Man, he was behind the turret as well.
Chaboy. And look at Airpong in the back after that play. Luke here, he got a little bit too zesty with it, you know, diving way too deep.
But it doesn't even matter.
This is, what the heck? One Renner basic attack. Yeah, even Airpong was like, what the heck was that? Basic attack Renner to a Renner. Oh!
I need more reaction videos from Airpong, dude.
Yeah, we need Airpong to just have a compilation of his reactions.
And, you know, like, honestly, right, like, it's so difficult as well because your roamer is a Valir now against a Novaria Chadera. I keep getting, making a mistake on the name here. It's pronounced Chadera, apparently. But, yeah, he was just doing a lot of damage. He wasn't taken out. So, strong laners with a lot of burst damage. And in combination, a squishy roamer in your team. Alter Ego just played as if they had no roamer available, man.
Well, again, let's look at the items. Game time doesn't really go up with the pattern. Seems like 17 minutes. Nope. NOD for Udil. Dominance Ice for Pi. NOD for Rasi. Again, a lot of anti-regions, but again, it was not enough.
I feel like maybe the idea, of course, for Alter Ego is to have utility from the Valir. So the Ice Queen's wand was rushed. But I mean, considering that there's a Fredrin, an Edith, and a Uranus, I personally would have gone for a glowing wand, you know? Especially if Udil is already going for the NOD. Might as well, right? Or maybe, you know, I just have some ways of maximizing the max HP damage, because these are some really beefy heroes up the front line for Geek Fam.
Again, a very, very smart draft here from the side of Airpang, utilizing that, you know what, Luke, yeah, you don't need a playmaking hero, but you can use Uranus to make plays, rather.
Yeah, the backline just weren't, there's just so much pressure, man. Geek Fam, of course.
13. Sorry, Rashi.
Oh,
that's
yikes.
a ridiculous stat.
That's why Nail was saucing on Sully Boy earlier, man. He was recalling, standing in front of 4 members. There was nothing he could do, man. So now you have a jungler that's losing in levels. That should be a tank, but it's actually quite squishy due to how behind he is. And you don't have enough damage to trade back. I feel like overall, Alter Ego's plan is very early game centric, but they lost the early game as well. And it's due to Geek Fam, man. They have the better draft, of course, but even then, the execution to ensure that Aboy and Chidera are never really in danger. The cover coming from Beloyski and Nail, and Luke pulling everyone away, just exerting pressure. I feel like everyone really stepped up. Everyone really did what they need to do to completely shut down Alter Ego.
Very, very good conclusion here for us out of Geek Fam, right? 2-1, and yeah, talent. I want to see the post stat here. Who gets the rich guy? Who gets the sandbag? Who gets the forgotten one?
I don't think I've ever seen a 313 stat, right? Purple buffs. I mean, I understand the Grok falls behind if he gets, you know, Grok is one of those heroes where you must be ahead, right? You need to have that advantage, and we did see that from our first match, Bigatron Aura, when Super Ken used it. But when Grok falls behind, we could definitely see that he struggles farming in the jungle, even more so than he does initially. Rich guy, Chidera.
Okay.
Carry a boy. It's a Chaboy combo with a dash, with a pinch of Luke. It's a Chaboy.
Well, 146,000 damage. He was at one point just standing in the base, you know, with all 3 members with anti-regen beating on him. He's like, "Aight, thanks a lot for the massage. I'm gonna slip out, just dash out of it." And that's just a painful situation to be in, man. And look at how behind they were. The one turtle that Alter Ego has was, you can say luck, you can say skill, but it was stolen by Rasi, and it's the only one given to Alter Ego. Everything else was completely stolen, including Sully Boy's buffs, like you mentioned, Mirko. So it was it was a very difficult time.
You know what? It seems like Geek Fam, they weren't really awake in Game 1. That seems like, right? Because Game 1, it was a shutdown for the side of Geek Fam. Alter Ego, they were able to build a good game. But then suddenly, well, not out of nowhere, we know that Geek Fam, especially if we're talking about Leg 2, they're very consistent. They're very calculated team, and which we saw in Game 2 and Game 3. But keys to success here, Arashi, tell me what's up.
Well, Luke Man himself is going to be the key to success right here. His pocket pick in game number 1. Enough said. I don't think I have to sing more praises for him after we've been singing it out for the past 2 games technically. And along with that, the one-dimensional nature of Alter Ego, man. You can tell that Geek, after seeing, I think the first game, the Kufra pick was very surprising to them. But after that, right, they're like, okay, so that's a possibility for Alter Ego. They immediately made the calculations, made the predictions, the adjustments. In game 2 and 3, they just had their number, man. It doesn't seem like they got surprised by any pick at all.
Speaking of pocket picks, usually we do see the Valir picked out by Rasi if Cho and Kadita gets banned out. Kadita was banned out, but Cho was still up for grabs. Kufra was still up for grabs. A lot of his heroes were up and ready, and hey, against a Beatrix, against a Fredrin, the Cho could have actually worked out.
You know what I think, right? They got tunnel vision, right? Against Edith, against Fredrin, sure, in theory, underline, in theory, a Valir is good going up against these type of heroes, a good heroes that just melee, short range, beefy. It will counter your rotation. It will poke you down. But sometimes theory is nothing if execution is better. On that note, let's talk about the standings. What happened today? Oh, your team Miracle switched up the spot.
Oh, all right. So I checked the website earlier, and it said BTR number 4, so now 5th. Okay, so not 4th place, 5th. Still, we'll have to wait for Rebellion. The result of their match. Oh, they actually have BTR next. On Saturday, first match. So that's basically the battle for 4th place.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you the top 6 teams here will receive slots for MPLI 2023 on November. But Arashi, what do you think about this, right? Geek Fam got the dub. Slowly but surely lurking around RRQ. How do you feel?
I feel nervous on one hand, but on the other hand, as a Mobile Legends fan, this is such a season, man. When you think it's just okay, it's just about stabilized. Before you know it, things just get shaken up again. So I think it's great that we don't really know who's going to be on top. At least 100%. Of course, you can be quite certain, maybe like 80%, 90%.
Yep.
But the fact that you have that lingering feeling, like maybe, just maybe. I think that is what makes the competitive scene so compelling. Because now you're always concerned. You always feel like things are exciting.
Well, that was the standings presented by our official smartphone gaming. But ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, this is the official tiebreaker rules. There are tied points in the standings. The determination of the standings will be evaluated based on the following categories. First, of course, match points. If same, match winning percentage. If also both teams are the same, with the same numbers, game winning percentage. If the same, then we will see the head-to-head record.
Head-to-head record means, again, we'll have to reevaluate from leg 1 and leg 2. Which team won? I don't know if it's still the same, right? 1-1. Then we'll have another few categories, but it's going to be very hard for it to get past all 4 of these layers. So, yeah, that's the tiebreaker rules for all of you wondering at home. Hey, these guys have the same points. Why is one higher?
Well, there you go. That was screenshotted. But ladies and gentlemen, this is again chance to play off. Bigatron, high percentage alongside Dewa, but take a look at 7.
Wait a minute. Wait, what?
9.
Bigatron are 5th, but their chance of playoffs is lower than Dewa.
That is a very interesting.
That's a stat.
Indeed, that is a stat.
I think both are 67%, but
yeah,
it wasn't rounded up.
Exactly. Or, let's see though. 7, 8, 9, 30, 43, and 32. Still with the highest chance in the red zone is currently the White Tigers, the Evolve Legends. But let's take a look at the chance of upper brackets. Geek Fam 44%.
44. I think it's gonna go higher, man. Definitely. But I think, of course, Onyx and RRQ are up there. They're great. They're exciting. But Rebellion Zion, man, who really would have predicted?
Out of nowhere.
It's been a few seasons when we all were saying like, oh, they're improving so much. They're gonna go big, and then they improve, but not like marginally. They get a better placements, and then that's about it. This season, man, they are on fire. I think no one can really argue with how well they've been playing, their accomplishments as well. Of course, it's a bit less consistent compared to the teams above them, but they've been able to take out RRQ. They've taken one game from Onyx. I think they are a real contender right now.
Yeah, they change things significantly this season, right? And if they can stay consistent, especially if we're talking about playoffs later on, they could surprise us, perhaps getting a ticket to M5 if they can stay consistent. So this is what I'm expecting, right? Teams rising to the occasion, but it seems like for now, this moment, it is still the Royal Besties in the first and second spot.
For now. Anything can change. For Arashi's sake, he doesn't want it to change. But for Shefin's sake, yes please, he says. Back at home, 7-5. I'm just really interested to see the battle for playoffs more, because again, RQ are fighting for upper brackets, and Evos are playing for playoffs. Both of them will meet in Saturday, but we'll take a look at tomorrow's schedule first.
We got fiery matches for tomorrow. 2 matches. We got Geek and as well as Dewa. Dewa Unit fighting to stay in the safe zone. Meanwhile, Geek Fam trying to increase their odds to that upper. But on the second match, we got Onyx and Aura, the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega. will be going head-to-head second match?
That is so tough, man.
Heaven and hell. Onyx are in heaven. They're, number one.
Quite literally,
And
yeah.
Aura,
Kings.
they're literally all the way in the bottom. So,
Dragon.
there's still a chance, though, for the Dragons. And they did beat Onyx with Aran in the first leg. They also did beat Bigatron. So, have things changed that drastically? What happened to the Aran effect?
I think teams got over and know the rotation of Aran.
Finally got the read.
You just can't stay stagnant, man. You keep doing the same thing, people are gonna catch on. These are top-tier teams, man. They're gonna let you do the same thing over and over again. Eventually, they will find a solution. I think that's the lesson that Aura is learning the hard way, the very hard way.
Well, here's a solution for you if you want more quota, alright? Check out Dunia Games.
Dunia Games.
Lebih hemat dan langsung dapat quota. 3 gigabytes.
What does that mean?
That means if you want to go and be more,
thrifty?
Yes. And as well as you want to get quota instantly, 3 gigabytes. Check out Dunia Games Telkomsel. If you want to watch your favorite team play, if you want to play and look cool, be cool with your cool skins on your Mobile Legends, check out Dunia Games Telkomsel. Don't forget to check your data quota before playing so you don't run out in the middle of the game. If you're in luck, because Dunia Games has a promo for you, every purchase of MLB vouchers or items using Telkomsel will give you extra savings and additional 3 gigabytes of quota. Check out and buy duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app.
Basically, what Gani said is if you want to be cool and not drool in your games, then go get Dunia Games, you fool.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, and to add on to that, if you want to buy skins, you should also check out this e-commerce, right? Blee. The skin should be on just like your skill, so you can play with more confidence. Use Blee to purchase game vouchers and top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback. Arashi, have you used Blee?
Yeah, why do you think we have so many skins, boy?
Is it easy?
Yeah, easy is an understatement, man. It's much easier than easy.
Scan the QR code right now if you want more. Again, there's an early bird ticket. MPL ID Season 12. Buy it now, starting from less
59
than 16K.
Less than, that's 59K, 1K away from 60. And you guys can go and get your playoff tickets now because it's selling like hotcakes. It's all... Last time they did this in Season 11, it sold out in like what, 3-4 days?
3 blinks.
3 blinks.
3 blinks, wow.
Well, one day that'll happen.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Week 7, Day 1 with Gani Mirkon as well as Arashi. And boy, 2-0 in our first opening match.
Opening day
in 2-1.
We still have more matches tomorrow. The
Tomorrow.
Battle of Heaven and Hell. We also have the classic derby.
on
Evos versus RQ. Also, number 2 against number 2 from the bottom. Top and bottom. So, wow.
What are the odds, man?
It's so intense.
You already know some people are saying like, hey, this is scripted. How is it possible?
I don't even think if it was scripted, it could be as good as it is right
Exactly.
now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we have to close out for today. Gani Mirko and as well as Arashi, we sign out. See you tomorrow.
We own this.
We own
We
this.
own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan